I'd like to call to order the February 6, 2015 Governing Board meeting of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. I'd like to open this morning with Mayor Polito leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. I think I'm going to, are there any opening comments by any board members? Board Member Mitchell.
I want to mention that last week I attended the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Summit, which was in Sacramento, and had the pleasure of moderating a panel there. The Low Carbon Fuel Standard requires 1%, well, let's say a reduction of 10% in carbon intensity of fuels by 2020. So we have a big job ahead of us to get that done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two announcements. This morning, on my usual tour to get to work, I was on several buses, and I spoke to a number of the bus drivers. And on the Foothill Transit, it was interesting. I was asking them about how they like to drive in CNG versus electrical. And it was interesting, the bus drivers I spoke to, because there's one line on Foothill that does the electric. Both of them had driven the electric. And as I was talking to discussion, a number of the other riders got involved, because several had also been on electric and CNG. And almost everybody, hands down, said the electric buses they preferred. And actually one person said, it's so quiet, it's relaxing. So it's just interesting that this preference, and it was real exciting. Finally, I know our next month board meeting is down in Long Beach. I'd like to encourage my fellow board members, and I will assist you if you'd like, to try to take mass transit to that meeting. If you're coming from San Bernardino, you can take the San Bernardino line in to Union Station. I will be there to meet you and take you down. Clark, Mr. Chair, I will personally, you can transfer over with me and we'll go down to Long Beach. It's a straight shot down. So we've got Metrolink for people coming in Riverside. Ben, get your father. He can join us, and I will wait at Union Station. And it's actually, I've gone down to Long Beach, so it's a straight shot down there. If you want to do it, think about it, because you get a really good understanding of the mass transit system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don't worry, I'm not going to let them burn you in a cage. So I'll protect you, don't worry about it.
He has an electric car.
But you should get some points for coming in an electric car. Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
first of all, I will offer to let you pick me up on the way down to Long Beach, since
I'll
you're
pick
coming
you
my
up.
way.
I'll pick you up.
And that'd be nice. Secondly, I think I can tie into both the open comments that we've heard already. I too attended the CalSTART conference this week in Sacramento, and I was on a panel discussing the low carbon fuel standard, and I can tell you that room was full of people who are producing alternative fuels, and it was very encouraging. And I think that the thing I took away was that there's really a change happening, and that the policies are working to change how we think about transportation fuels. And on the electric bus side, the week before, I toured the BYD facility in Lancaster and got to see their production facility and talk to them about what they're doing. And one of the things that was most impressive was that they're not just focusing on transit buses. They've now done an EV coach bus that has much longer range, like 190 miles. And they're talking about getting into drayage and yard hostlers, all electric. So there's maybe some encouraging news coming out of them.
Supervisor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the electric bus front, I want to remind everybody we've got a beautiful facility in Riverside that'll take any old bus and make it an electric bus. They do it for a half or a third of the price of buying a new one. Unfortunately, most of the grant funding we go for says to procure new equipment. We need to make sure that option is available because I've been there and seen it, and the electric buses, they were shipping a half a dozen of them to New York the last time I was in their factory in Riverside. and at that kind of price point. So it's a terrific opportunity and a great savings.
Makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
You know,
They got those things, they put new axles on them, they put all the electrics, the modern stuff in and provided at half the price of a new bus.
and I know why the drivers like them is because of the low gear ratio.
Oh.
When they step down on the,
We've had reports of that with
Oh.
certain Teslas.
yeah, they got real power.
I have another, if I may take just a minute. We had a presentation, I think the staff has got, thank you very much, a few photos from a presentation we did in Palm Springs Unified School District where they had a flip the switch ceremony at Bubbling Wells Elementary School this week. And I was there with the staff from the school, the scouts. They have a program for training young kids in environmental concerns, and they were there showing off some of their model solar systems and wind systems. And of course, both of those are very large components of our economy and our effort to be green in the Coachella Valley. I want to tell you that the staff there was extremely excited about this $3 million investment in the Palm Springs Unified School District. That is a small part of the $50 million South Coast Air Quality Management District managed Sentinel mitigation pot. But the folks there, these are the three principals of the three schools and the superintendent. The folks there are talking about $90,000 a year to spend on science projects that they wouldn't be spending on electric bills at each one of these schools in perpetuity as a result of this, and a lot cleaner energy, of course. Over and over again, they were extremely complimentary of the process, and particularly the AQMD staff. And I want to pass that along. Barry and I've forgotten the name of the young lady that did most of the coordination of the contracts in the who is that? Kwan, that's it, Patricia. They couldn't quit talking about her. Thank you so much for doing the great job you've done to coordinate this. Obviously, we've done some school bus retrofits. We've done solar projects. We've done air filtration systems. I will, in the next couple of months, bring back a full report on the status of the biggest project, which is the low-speed vehicle, bike, pedestrian path that is in the environmental process now. It'll take a couple of years to get through it before we start seeing this kind of ceremony for that project, but I'll keep you posted on how that's going. We're making some great progress, and very much appreciate the staff's work and doing a great job interacting with our community.
Those projects are very exciting.
Yeah.
You know, I think that that's one of the highlights of my 21 years here. I thought they were just very, very special. All those people, it was such a myriad and cross mixture and of projects that it was just very,
You know,
very
and I forgot one that we just finished awarding the second phase, and the paving of the dirt roads going into 35 mostly migrant farm worker housing areas that'll eliminate the need for these kids to walk to school next to the road that their parents are driving on the dirt. So it's been some good stuff.
Okay, are there any other comments by any other board members? I'd just like to mention that staff had a Martin Luther King event, which was, I thought, exceptional this year. It was just wonderful. Board member Mitchell was there, and I appreciate you coming down. And board member Clark Parker spoke, and just never ceases to amaze me with his stories and insights into various subjects. I'm going to take some of this out of order, and I'm going to ask that my board members join me in front of the rostrum for these retirement ceremonies. It was a suggestion made by Supervisor Benoit, which I think is excellent, so we can all have part of this presentation. So if we can all migrate to the front. Is that for Josie? It's all of them.
Put that out a little further so we can stand behind.
How about Larry Watkins, if Larry will come on down? I paid all those guys to applaud. I want you to know that.
Money well spent.
Hey, but it's over my budget. Congratulations. Larry joined the district. Why don't you stand at this microphone? Larry joined the district in August of 1988, more than 26 years ago, as a senior air quality specialist. Soon thereafter, he joined the Science and Technology Advancement as a program supervisor. Early in the 90s, Larry's talents were loaned to the Economic Development and Business Retention Unit, as well as a public advisor's office before he returned to his STA roots in 1998. He initially focused on permit streamlining. Oh, I remember that. That was a real effort. And then he hit his strides developing and demonstrating the clean fuels infrastructure, initially for natural gas vehicles, and then later for fuel cells. Notably, in his final year at the agency, he became the hydrogen ombudsman for SCAQMD, working closely with the governor's office to smooth the path for a hydrogen fuel network. In fact, Larry's efforts on Hydrogen Frontier laid the foundation for much of the progress in the hydrogen arena. He worked closely with the California Hydrogen Business Council and assisted with the development of the business plan that led to state funding of this infrastructure. His co-workers will fondly remember him as the TAO kitchen fixing his snacks, or the next fresh pot of coffee, and lending a sympathetic ear. For his retirement, Larry says he's simply going to be doing more of the same, operating the family real estate business with his wife, Millie, and spending time with their growing son and daughter and many grandchildren skiing in Mammoth or playing on the water in their boat, all while breathing cleaner air as part of his personal contribution. Larry, we can't thank you enough for your effort. We'd like for you to accept this token of our appreciation and service to it.
Thank you very, very much. I don't know who wrote that, but it was all accurate.
I did last night.
It's been a hell of a ride. Yeah, I've enjoyed every moment of it, from the very first policy, the fuel oil phase out, all the way to the hydrogen infrastructure and working with Matt. And I could not have done anything had it not been for the wonderful, wonderful, hardworking, intelligent staff that TAO has. It is quite remarkable. It's very gratifying. Having been in the public sector and the private sector, this was a pleasure, a distinct pleasure. And thank you all. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Really. Phil, where are you? I'm here. Come on down. How you doing? You look awful dapper this morning.
I tried to be like you.
Oh, hey. Yeah. I'm being harassed here. I'm sure there's a lawsuit somewhere in this. Phil was hired by the district on April 11th, 1988 as an air quality inspector. Phil came to the agency with a master's degree in fish culture and food technology from the Academy of Agriculture in, how do you pronounce that?
Try it.
Scranton, Poland. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I got that. But I know Barry just loved it with the, did you ever talk to him about the fish thing?
Not yet, but what do you have to pronounce? You try it. It's good.
Okay.
Szczecin.
Phil's major included a number of science-related courses that contributed to his qualifications for a journey-level inspector position. In 1991, he continued his education by completing a certificate program of environmental auditing from the University of California at Irvine. Phil's first assignment was a small refinery in Long Beach, a challenging assignment due to the high number of complaints and compliance-related issues. What year was that?
1989.
Didn't we hold hearings down there then?
Was in the city hall. It was a very small refinery called Chem Oil.
Yeah.
There was a signal here.
That was when Janice Hahn came down and complained. Yeah, I remember that. Compliance-related issues. As his experience and knowledge of oil refinery operations grew, so did his assignments. Phil's assignments were expanded to include more complex operations such as gasoline distribution terminals, power plants, expert testimony before the hearing board. In October '89, he was promoted to the position of Air Quality Inspector 3. In the capacity, he served as the lead inspector to some of the most complex and high-profile refinery operations in the district, including Exxon, Mobil, Tosco Refining Company, and Powerine Oil Company, as well as Arco, Unocal, Golden West, Shell, Ultramar. Phil has also served as mentor and trainer to the newly hired refinery inspectors. He has had a distinguished career as an air quality inspector here at SCAQMD. We are proud and fortunate to have had Phil as part of our team and benefit from his valuable knowledge, expertise, and wish him well in his retirement.
Thank you kindly. And the correct spelling, fantastic.
Oh, hey,
It is.
we ran through spell check.
There you go, there you go, it's very good, thank you. Can I say something?
Sure, you can say
Okay.
something.
You know, before facing you here, I talked to the predecessor who were in the same situation like me. I said, what should I say? Short, long, what do you say? I say, be you, be short. So I don't want to miss this opportunity to really express something. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, good.
26 years, you got 3 minutes, no problem.
Almost 27, and believe me, it's
Yeah,
kind
sure.
too hard to rewind the 27 years here, in which today is ending. 5 more hours, I'll be the inspector. Rewinding my life for a second, my family, my wife, and my daughter, we arrived here in November 1985. It was a classic immigration to the United States, better life, better opportunities, better school for our kid. And for 3 years, I was doing odd jobs, different jobs, which I never had the skills. I was a salesman selling radios, TV. Imagine you just read that I'm a marine biologist. So, you know, selling TV and fishes are not the same.
No.
But I was fortunate in 1988, I met the gentleman also from Poland like me and said, what's your education? I told him, so you have physics, chemistry, these units? I do. I work for this agency, apply. And my fortune, April 11, 1988, I was hired. I was hired directly to refinery section. I was always there 27 years. Right now, packing my files, I always was enigmatic why I end up from this fishing story to the refinery.
Right.
And I found out in my application that I wrote that I coordinated delivery of fuel in Antarctica, in Falkland Islands, and I transferring, it was a tanker ship and fishing vessels, and I was coordinating this delivery, and there was only one touch in my life where I was used fuel. So that's how I ended up probably in the refinery. Anyway, I started in the refinery section, and I'm ending up my career. I survived 5 managers, 8 supervisors, and I'm extremely happy that they never changed. Refinery section, as you know, is a little satellite office in Long Beach. It's a team of dedicated inspectors who are checking compliance with the refineries. I was extremely fortunate that when I started, so I have to come back with just read fish, you know, so, and they took me to the refinery, and they said, this is FCCU. I was terrified. I saw this some kind of
Right.
humongous machine and said, where is my fish? Where's the water? And my fortune was again fantastic. My very first supervisor said, take it easy. We'll teach you. You will learn. It's a very complicated system. You will do it. And he put this seed in me that it's really fantastic things. It's the system, all the refineries I was doing, every day is unpredictable. You can plan. You know, I'm going here, and suddenly you have a phone call. Yellow sky over Torrance.
Right.
So all of us, we're going, flaring. Every day was great. Coming back to my employment, I'm the last, and everybody's saying I'm grateful. If you take my perspective, I came from outside, this agency gave me everything. Financial stability, job security, and priceless exposure to the people, to fantastic people, which I work with. United States is my country right now, and I'm hoping to simply finally see it. So I'm looking forward for my retirement with a great hope. Thank you kindly to all my friends.
So wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Great story. Thank you very much.
If you guys need the carpool now,
Okay.
do I have a privilege?
Continuing to go out of order, we're going to swear in all the new board members. All, new board members, reappointed board members. I think we have 3. Come on, Janice, up to the mic. Joe, come on, we're going to.
We're going to do it all at the same time.
We're going. It's just going to be like a moon wedding.
Okay. Should I let my wife know?
No, no. Now Ben is the only person I know that has this memorized.
No, it's my city clerk that has it.
Do we have another copy so we can
They
share
did
this?
give us one, but.
Okay,
Just don't say my name there.
okay. I, and please state your name,
I, Janice Rutherford,
during such time as I hold the above office,
during such times as I hold the above office,
do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
This is definitely not the Fifth Dimensions. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, everyone.
Hey, Bill.
Now, where's Supervisor Gonzalez? Back in the corner. Come on down. This is like Monty Hall. This is The Price is Right. Can you guess how much these cards cost? If you're over or under by 50 cents, we'll give you the prize anyway. This is not a receiving line. You can do this when it's over. Here, I'll pull this down. Remember, you're limited to 3 minutes. Now, I want you to know that these are the comments that the staff wrote about you and your retirement from the board. So I'm going to give these to you, and you can read these at your leisure.
Thank you.
Because I'm relieving you today of the responsibility of listening to me say practically every month that according to the California Air Resources Board statistics, in the South Coast Air Quality Management District, in the counties of Los Angeles, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Orange, 50 people a day approximately die every day from air-related causes. So you don't have to listen to me say that anymore. Because for the 50 who died yesterday, it's too late already. For the 50 who die today, they don't really care. And for the 50 who died tomorrow, they wish we had fought harder, been smarter, and done more things to help save them. Now, I had the privilege of serving in the United States military for 5 years on active duty service. And when I was deployed the first time overseas, it wasn't a very nice place I went to. It's an understatement. And the place we slept was called a hooch. And in my hooch, I had a poster on the wall. And it was a quotation by Winston Churchill, which was just 4 sentences long. And it was from the Second World War, and it was about the RAF during the Second World War. And every night, when I came in, I could not help but read this thing because it was in such a prominent position.
Thank you.
Everybody of my age or older has heard this quotation and knows it. I'd say probably 70% of the people out there are so young that they never heard it, so this is going to be new to them. And the quotation went like this: in this conflict, never have so many owed so much to so few. In this conflict with air quality, in my humble opinion, you are one of the few. So I'd like to present you with this crystal as an appreciation, token of appreciation of your service to this board. Thank you very much. Hey.
Thank you so very much. If I may say a few words.
When has I ever been able to control you from saying, hey, I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Go ahead,
All
knock
right.
yourself out.
I'll be done by then.
Okay.
All right. First of all, I need to say thank you to staff. I need for you to know that because of the number of years that I've been in office, I have come to truly understand and appreciate that it is your hard work that truly makes the words come together in a manner that has value, meaning, direction, and that can stand up to scrutiny in the process of electeds like us coming forward and making the difficult decisions that you all bring before us in the matter of your hard work. We can't do it without you. When someone complains about this, that, and the other, it's because of something in an item in regards to an issue about how it's written, about how we can change it, and all of that comes because of you, and it also changes because of you, because of your work, your dedication, and the knowledge that you bring and the cooperation that you truly extend to each board member. So thank you so very much for that. To the executive director of this great agency, I want to say thank you for your leadership and for the well-hardened exterior that you have that truly only serves to protect the gentle and kind human being that resides inside of you. Thank you so very much. God bless you, and you keep up the good work, and you don't let anyone or anything that is said keep you down, because you are an ultimate professional and leader. To my colleagues, I say thank you for each time that I was able to get up on a Friday morning with God's grace and come out here and always know that I could count on the diversity of opinions, the diversity of the regions that you each represent, and that collectively we work to save those 50 lives a day. And every day I do think of how am I making a difference? Am I occupying the space on earth and making value out of the time that I occupy it? And for that, and for everything, the kindness, the respect, the camaraderie, the discussions, for all of this, I say thank you. And I will leave you for last. All right.
Why is the black guy always last?
Hey, I don't know what to tell you. You know, there's always the end of the line, no matter where you're at. All right. Let me just say to all of you that in these next few words, you will hear who I am and why I do the things that I do. I believe that creation, I believe that the creation of the heavens and the earth was made with us in mind. Everything from the trees to the animals to the sunshine to the stars to the way that birds can fly and we cannot, was created in a symbiotic relationship to balance who we are as human beings and what we do with the opportunity that we've been given. Creation is in spite of us, not because of us. And we are charged, I am charged, with the responsibility of appreciating and knowing that I am a guest in this house, that I get to visit, and that if I am wise, I get to appreciate the gifts in the house of creation. And so, because we are so blessed, we are charged with the responsibility of taking care of it and taking care of each other. And there is a time when we stand as human beings and appreciate. And today I want to appreciate that there was a time when air was free. And it is not free anymore. People die because the air is no longer clean. And today, the price of clean air is high. From money that is paid for equipment that will lower emissions, that will meet regulations, again, for the appreciation of the house we live in, or with the lives of the individuals because of health concerns who can no longer breathe the air that is no longer free or clean. Because we love life, because we enjoy a beautiful climate, and because we're called California, we are a magnet for economic growth, population growth, for happiness, for success. And so people come. And we are, in a sense, being so successful that we're killing ourselves. And we need to be mindful of how we balance cleaning our air, keeping it clean, embracing business, helping business, becoming a partner with them, making them an ally of this agency, in my opinion, is critical. We are a metropolis. We may think independently, but when the outside world looks at us, they don't see Colton, they don't see San Bernardino, they don't see, Riverside. They don't see an individual line that delineates a city boundary. They see Southern California, and they see where the major population centers are, and we together are a metropolis. I leave you to say, happy trails. Have a long journey. Don't quit. Be strong. There will always be controversial issues. There will be sensitive issues. And you judge us. You have the right to judge us because we run for public office of our own free will. And it is your will that we are here to do. In closing, I will take my pin off. I have worn it for the last time. It has been a great source of pride for me. And I hand it to you, Mr. Chair. That you may remember that we who come through these doors end up knowing you, knowing people, and we fall in love with the cause of being good stewards to the policy of South Coast SCAQMD. In closing, I need to say thank you to you publicly in a personal way, Mr. Chair. You have been more than kind to me in the sense of opening the doors of hospitality and understanding. I have said many a time, I am not a politician. I'm not good in public office. It is simply something I stumbled on, and by the will of the people, I ended up wearing the shoes that continued me on a journey year after year, running for re-election and getting re-elected, and consequently, I came before you. But a regular person stands before you saying thank you on behalf of all the people that I represent for the thoughtfulness, for the joy, for the good humor, for the dedication, and for the love you have for the human race. And I include myself in that. Thank you so very much.
My pleasure. You can do that.
Josie?
Yes, sir.
We have a plaque in your, like a memorial plaque of your contribution to the South Coast Air Quality Management District, but more importantly, as you stated, for the human lives that live in this area. I'm privileged to know you and be on other regional committees, so it's not goodbye from me to you. I will see you probably Thursday. But it's been a real pleasure, and it's always a pleasure to work with you on the other regional committees that we sit on. And this is just a commemorative plaque of your contribution to the great cause of mankind.
Thank you so much. I accept it proudly. Thank you.
Moving to the consent calendar, we have testimony on 4, 5, and 11. Are there any other items that any board member would like to pull or speak about? Dr. Liu?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I need to recuse myself from items involving contracts with those who have made charitable contributions to my employer, the Coalition for Clean Air. I'm therefore recusing myself from agenda item number 3 because waste management is a potential source of income which is materially affected by this item. I am recusing myself from agenda item number 4 because Southern California Gas Company is a potential source of income and is materially affected by this item. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will recuse myself from item number 4. I've received contributions in excess of the $250 limit from the California Gas Company,
Mr. Mayor?
Southern California Gas.
I also recuse myself from item number 4 for receiving donations from the gas company, although I believe it was under that limit, but I'll go ahead and recuse myself from that item, as well as item number 3, where I received campaign contributions from Waste Management.
Okay. With those recusals
Mr.
being
Chair, I'm sorry.
recorded.
I don't know for sure the date, but I think Waste Management is also, it's
One of
an
your-
abundance of caution. I will recuse myself from that one, number 3 also.
Okay, with those recusals being noted, may I get a motion on the consent calendar out with withholding 4, 5, and 11?
Move approval, Mr. Chair.
Second? Second. Any opposition? Hearing none, those items are approved. Item number 4, Dr. Tom Williams.
Good morning. Dr. Tom Williams, Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community. Last night, we actually started talking about zero emissions from trains. California High-Speed Rail, yeah, but also Metrolink and a few others. So I would highly recommend that you expand the scope of this particular item to include trains, rail. My God, you want to get near zero emissions per ton or per container or per dollar value? That's one way, get it on rail. So we're quite interested in this particular one, but have you invited UP, BNSF, and any other mainline railway that goes through South Coast Air Quality Management District area as part of, hey, they have heavy-duty diesel, but it's not trucks, and it's not on the road, but it's here everywhere. And in fact, they're planning on doubling the amount of traffic on Alameda Corridor East. So that's the end of 4. Do I continue on 11, or?
Yeah, while you're there, why don't you just do 11?
Just one comment, Doctor.
Yes.
You're aware that we don't have any authority over the railroads, and yes, we've talked to them 8,000,000
That's why I said
times.
invite them. If you
They're
want.
not interested, trust me.
Yeah.
just for your information.
I'm quite aware of Union Pacific and the others, but anyway,
It's not like we haven't tried, trust me.
yeah. Okay, item 11, rules control measure forecast. Whatever happened to climate change? Is there going to be any meeting regarding climate change this year? Well, it's to be determined. However, the Obama administration has ranked in their national security strategy climate change as #1 issue for the world in national security strategies. When are we going to start dealing with climate change within the South Coast Air Quality Management District rules? That's all. Just give us a date, say June. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On number 5, Jesse Marquez. Jesse, you trying to sneak out before you testify?
Jesse Marquez, Coalition for a Safe Environment. I'm here to speak in support of the agenda number 5 for the SCAQMD purchasing remote sensing equipment that would support our endeavors to have more complete, accurate data and research that could benefit the public. And I thank you. It's been a little struggle. We've actually, believe it or not, just from February to the end of the year, we had over 600 residents file complaints or reports on environmental issues. A little problem we ran into is that the company Airbase, which was Israeli-based, got purchased by a U.S. company, Perkin-Elmers, which is a great company. And so what's happened is that they've completely redesigned the website, every aspect of it. They redesigned the unit. And so we've sort of been up and down as they've been doing all these changes, you know. But it's been a very good success and learning experience for us because, like I said, we do both the monitoring as well as offer an opportunity for residents to register complaints.
Right. Okay, I was wondering how it was going because we've been talking about this remote sensing thing with Dr. Wallerstein, so I was fascinated by the fact of your unit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion on 4, 5, and 11?
Second.
But just a question before we, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
We're going to vote. Barry, on the issue with railroads, I know several months ago, we just for the public's information, I don't want to hear the wrong side, that we are actually actively involved with the railroads, Metrolink and others on converting from diesel polluting to CNG. Can you just comment briefly about that?
Yes, relative to Metrolink, we are assisting Metrolink with funding to replace the very oldest locomotives, first-generation locomotives in terms of the modern era, and replace those with Tier 3 or Tier 4 locomotives. And we also, as part of our work with Metrolink, are doing a joint evaluation of the possibility of natural gas locomotives for Metrolink. In addition, we are working with the 2 North American manufacturers of locomotives regarding advanced technologies that can reduce pollution from the locomotives, both particulate and oxides of nitrogen. And we do have ongoing discussions with both of the Class 1 railroads, UP and BNSF.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to 4, 5, or 11? Hearing none, those items are approved. Items 14 through 21. And we have 15, holding 15. Can I get a motion on those items?
Second.
Any opposition? Hearing none, they are approved. Item 15, Tom Williams.
Good morning, Dr. Tom Williams, Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community. In item 15A, the Han Freight Network, we're quite concerned regarding, again, rail. And oh, by the way, has anyone heard of the California Freight Management Plan that's going on now? Does South Coast participate in it? That's one of the issues. There's also a matter that we have several different parameters. One is value that's being shipped in. One is tonnage, and one is containers. The ports usually go by containers because that's their major item. However, we're going to have probably soon bulk cargoes of significant amounts. That is oil being exported when the ban against crude exports is relieved. And it will go through the Port of LA, Port of Long Beach, maybe El Segundo and a couple other places for crude oil being exported to the Pacific Basin. So we're quite concerned regarding this. We fully support the general intent, but it should be expanded to include all freight and especially export freight of crude oil, which will be an issue once it has congressional recension of the current ban. Thank you.
All right. May I then have a motion on 15?
Move to receive and file, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We get a second?
Second.
Any opposition?
No, but Mr. Chair, I would like to note for the record that the district is well aware of the California Freight Mobility Plan and participated in the advisory group. I participated in the advisory group and was, I think, very influential in making sure that there were commitments to zero-emission freight and low-emission freight movement in the state.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, item 15 is an action item.
I'm sorry?
Item number 15 is an action item.
I'll modify that to receive, file, and approve.
Still second.
Any opposition? Hearing none, those items are approved. Item 22.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Philip Fine. I'm an Assistant Deputy Executive Officer in the Planning and Rules Division at AQMD, and I'm happy to present today a supplemental submittal to our PM 2.5 SIP that we've prepared over the last few months. By way of background, if you recall, back in December of 2012, the board approved the 2012 Air Quality Management Plan, or AQMP, which included our PM 2.5 SIP that showed that we would attain the 24-hour PM 2.5 standard of 35 micrograms per cubic meter by 2014. This was submitted to CARB and US EPA for potential approval, but US EPA has not acted on that yet, which is one reason why we're here today. When we developed that plan, we were following the Clean Air Act provisions under what is known as Subpart 1, or the general planning provisions of the Clean Air Act, which apply to all of the criteria pollutants that the Clean Air Act regulates. There's a Subpart 4 that is specific to PM10, and up to a court case a couple years ago, all the PM 2.5 implementation was being done under Subpart 1. But this court case a couple years ago at the U.S. Court of Appeals ruled that since PM 2.5 is a subset of PM10, that it needs to be, the planning requirements have to come in under Subpart 4, which has different requirements for that pollutant. So Subpart 4 has some differences than the general planning provisions. One of them is that when you get an attainment or non-attainment designation for that standard, you also get a classification. The classification, similar to ozone, the classification can either be moderate or serious, and we're currently classified as moderate for that standard. The attainment date, just like all the other pollutants, is as expeditiously as practicable or as soon as feasible, but no later than the end of the 6th calendar year after your designation. Now, this is another difference from the general provisions, which give you a default deadline of 5 years. So this actually provides for an additional year. And so that attainment date for this standard would now be December of 2015 rather than 2014, as in our previous submittal. It allows for no more than 2 one-year extensions under Subpart 4 that are not allowable under the general provision. So if certain conditions are met, we can get an extension of that attainment date. There's other requirements under Subpart 4, one being that our control requirements for major PM 2.5 sources also have to apply to the precursors of PM 2.5, or the gases that are emitted and form PM once they're in the atmosphere. So it is already the beginning of 2015, and again, our initial attainment date was the end of 2014, so where do we stand in terms of air quality data? When we are compared against this standard of 35 micrograms per cubic meter, it's actually a 3-year average. And what we average is not the highest PM 2.5 level experienced at the station. It's really the 7th or 8th highest. It's called the 98th percentile form of the standard. And this is how the standard was actually set in the first place. So when we look at that data for 2014, and even going back to 2012 and 2013, it's not likely that we're going to meet by the end of 2014. The data is still preliminary for 2014, but looking up to this point, it's really not likely we're going to meet that initial attainment date that we had submitted. Again, as a reminder, only the Mira Loma station exceeds the 24-hour PM 2.5 standard. And also remember that the average value is another PM 2.5 standard, an annual average standard, and that number continues to decline, and we've actually met the previous standard of 15. But when we look at the previous 3 years, that 98th percentile, you could see in 2012 we were very close to the standard of 35.8, and our projection showed that that should continue to come down. However, in 2013, it was a little higher, 37.5, and very preliminary data from 2014 suggests that it's probably going to be above 35, which means that our 3-year average is not going to meet by 2014. But again, under Subpart 4, we do have this extra year. Now, why did the trends reverse themselves? Over the last 15 years, the PM 2.5 levels have continuously and steadily decreased. But what happened over particularly the winter of 2013-2014 is the drought. And what this causes is not the lack of rain days has a couple of effects, one of which is that the surfaces that may produce dust in the basin are not as wet as they would normally be. There's less crusting over of the soil surfaces and road surfaces, so more dust could be emitted. But what really happens is the lack of rain days. When you're talking about a 24-hour standard or the 7th highest day, we're really talking about a handful of days throughout the year that determine whether we meet the standard or don't meet the standard. So you can see if we have the normal 20 or 30 rain days in our winter season versus 5 or 6 as we had in some of these recent winters, it can have a huge effect on our PM 2.5 levels. So the fewer days of rain and the fewer days of the associated stormy weather that acts to mix the atmosphere have really led to some higher than expected levels over the last couple years. So what we're doing in this supplement, and we've been working very closely with CARB and US EPA, is to supplement our previous submittal that was developed under Subpart 1 to satisfy the new Subpart 4 requirements. So the contents are listed here, and there's details in the package. Again, it includes a new attainment demonstration showing our ability to meet in 2015, the effects of the drought, of why we weren't able to meet earlier, and then because we have a new year, we need new transportation conformity budgets, a new RACM-RACT analysis, a reasonable available control measure analysis, showing that we have control requirements for the precursors of PM 2.5, and then since we have a couple years under our belt, we were able to update some of the control strategy commitments, just the dates of implementation. Now, there's a lot of different outcomes that can come out of the 2015 data, and there's obviously a lot of uncertainty in the meteorological conditions that are going to occur in 2015. We did have a bit of a dry January, as well as the rainfall frequency, and where that final 2014 data will actually tell us where we are in 2014, since it still hasn't been finalized. But there are several potential outcomes based on the data, and then pathways that would be available to us going forward to meet the standard. So one pathway would be that 2015, we get normal or hopefully above normal rainfall, and the Mira Loma station is clean enough that when you take the 3-year average, that we would attain the standard by the end of 2015. Now, again, that is probably unlikely given the higher numbers that we had in 2014 and that we've seen thus far, as well as our dry January, but it is possible, and our attainment demonstration does show that it is possible. So another outcome would be that it's not clean enough to get a clean 3-year average, but it is clean enough to get you a single year below the standard. Now, if you get a single year below the standard, you're eligible for that 1-year extension, and other conditions have to be met as well. So if we're just below 35.4 on the 98th percentile for the single year, we can extend to 2016 and be eligible for another extension if the same thing happens the next year. Then the final pathway would be that single year of 2015. Let's say we do have lack of rainfall, drought conditions. We would have failed to attain the standard. Under Subpart 4, that would automatically reclassify us, bump us up to a serious non-attainment area from a moderate non-attainment area. That would require a new attainment deadline, which would be 2019. It would also require a new SIP to be submitted with more stringent requirements in that SIP as well. So these are the potential pathways forward once we get the final 2014 data in, as well as when we look at the 2015 data. And this will all be clearer towards the beginning of 2016. Because this is a SIP revision, we've gone through the full public process. There was a draft available on December 19th. US EPA and CARB have been talking very closely to them because, again, we are trying to satisfy the new Subpart 4 requirements. It is EPA that is going to be deciding whether they can approve or disapprove the plan in total. We updated the version on January 7th. That's been available for public comment. Because there's no new control measures and that there's no socioeconomic impact or environmental effects, there was exempt from CEQA. And we've had 4 regional public hearings, as we do for all the SIPs, 1 in each county. LA, Orange were held on Wednesday, and then Riverside and San Bernardino yesterday. They were lightly attended, as our regional hearings obviously are. There were some comments, but they were mostly informational clarifications about the process and just general questions about air quality. However, yesterday we did receive a comment letter from a wide coalition of environmental groups, and I think you are in possession of that letter as well. What they're saying is that, as we acknowledge, attainment in 2015 looks unlikely given the 2014 data, and given what we expect in 2015, we think we can get at least a single year below if the trends continue that we've seen in the several past years. However, it is possible we won't meet, and in fact, it will be a challenge to meet. They also say that we fail to include additional feasible measures to ensure that we meet that standard, and they mentioned a couple such as indirect source rules, backstop rules that would help control freight pollution. And they're recommending, instead of a wait-and-see approach, wait till the data comes in, that we use this opportunity to develop new control strategies to ensure the standard is met on time. Now, what we wanted to point out is that we are not doing nothing and taking a wait-and-see approach. There are emission reductions in the pipeline that will help air quality in this coming year of 2015, and then even beyond that into 2016 if we do get one of these extensions. So we have just implementation of our current rules, and especially with fleet turnover, and we're getting cleaner vehicles on the road. We're getting about 18 tons of NOx a year and 8 tons of VOC a year that both have huge PM 2.5 benefits. We're working on the NOx reclaim amendment right now. We have a commitment for 2 tons per day, but we're probably going to get much more than that. Mobile source incentive programs, just for 2014 contracts, are another 5 tons per day of NOx. We should get some benefits from our enhanced and continuing outreach and our Check Before You Burn program. We have the port backstop measure on the calendar as well. And also in the 2016 AQMP, we're going to be addressing the annual PM 2.5 standard that has the standard is 12 micrograms per cubic meter. But as part of that, we'll be analyzing where we are with the 24-hour standard with the benefit of updated methodologies, updated inventories, updated meteorology that will take into account more of the weather patterns we've been seeing recently. And that would be a really good place to see where we stand in terms of the standard and whether there needs to be early action items to ensure and expedite attainment with this 24-hour standard. So the recommendations from staff are to approve the supplement to the 24-hour PM 2.5 SIP and associated CEQA finding, as well as directing staff to expedite our transmittal to CARB for approval by CARB, and then subsequent submittal to US EPA for their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have a number of speaker slips on this item. Is there anyone who would like to comment on the staff presentation? Any board
A
member?
question?
Yes.
Phil, Dr. Phil, just 3 questions. In your estimation, what percentage or portion of non-attainment would you say is attributable to the drought? And considering that, if this drought continues on for the next couple of years, this winter, what are your thoughts?
It's hard to put an exact percentage on it.
In a
'cause again,
range?
we're talking about just a handful of days, but when we looked back in last year and the year before, 2014, 2013, normally we get 20 to 30 days of rain over those 4 months that tend to be our highest PM 2.5 episode season. And in the 2013, 2014, we're talking 6 or 7 days of rain. So you can look at that percentage to see if we would have had those 13 more days of rain, likely they would have fell on some of the days where we had exceedances and we wouldn't have had exceedances. So it's hard to put a percentage on these episodic events.
And just 2 more, what, you talked about the precursor gases, just for my refresher, what are some of those gases? And then the sources of those gases, just briefly.
So the precursor gases are things we regulate for ozone as well, like NOx and VOCs. But in this case, for PM SOx, sulfur dioxide is also a precursor, and ammonia is a precursor as well. And then, of course, direct PM emissions is obviously affects PM levels as well.
Any further questions? Hearing none, we will start with public testimony. If Tim is, that's Jim Stewart, and Geron Martinez come to the open microphones. And we will start out with Mr. Stewart, Dr. Stewart.
Hi, I'm Jim Stewart, the Vice Chair of the Angeles Chapter's Environmental Climate Committee, Energy Committee. And I want to really appreciate what Chairman said just a few minutes ago about the fact that 50 people a day die in this basin because the air is not clean. And we all know that the biggest deaths occur because of the particulates, specifically the PM 2.5 and the ultrafine, which we need to regulate and get down. This rule is a call to action for us. We failed to meet a federal standard which is not adequate to protect public health. Even if we made the 35 micrograms, there'll still be thousands of people dying every year because of these particulates. So the fact that, we're just a little bit below on one, above on one, this is a call to action. This means that we have to act now to do what we are all charged to do, to protect public health and safety. We urge you to reject this staff report, which is basically praying for rain, and say no. We want true rules that will truly protect the people of this basin, and we need you on this board to do that. Thank you.
Would Julia Myers or May come to the vacant microphone? State your name for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Jason Martinez. I'm here representing Sierra Club from the Inland Empire, from San Bernardino. I'm here to speak specifically on behalf of item number 22 and why I'm actually deeply disappointed in what's actually going on in this plan. When I look at what was going on and when I see specifically how it's being regulated, what's the plan, I noticed that Mir Loma is left out in a sense. We see that I myself that lives in San Bernardino, that lives in this area, we already have a horrible quality in air pollution. And I've been here last week and I mentioned specifically in how we can barely see our mountains, and that's the fact that we live right next to the mountains. So to have Mir Loma being one of the places that in a sense are left out, this plan is almost certainly violates Mir Loma pretty much. The tiny air particles in the air are so small that they don't just reach inside our lungs, but they can possibly come into our bloodstream as well. So I'm asking, yes, it's great to see that we're trying to come up with better things, a good plan for air quality, but this isn't enough. Sorry, I'm a little nervous right now.
Relax.
Yeah. You know, I do have friends and family with asthma. I do see how much they suffer. I see them starting to cough up a lung every time they want to talk, every time they want to present. And you know what? If they were smokers, that's on them. But they're not. Some of these guys, they just work by factories. They live by cement plants. They live by plants that give off all this pollution, and it saddens me to see that this is all happening. So when I see this plan, okay, it's great, we're thinking about it, but it's not enough, especially in San Bernardino. All I think we're asking here in San Bernardino is that we come up with a better plan, because like I said, this is disappointing, and I think we do have the right to breathe cleaner air.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would Alan Hernandez come to the microphone, please? Would you please state your name for the record?
Sure. I'm Julia May, M-A-Y, from Communities for a Better Environment, CBE, and I want to support the two previous speakers and the community members here today about particulate matter pollution. We urge you to reject the plan and take the letter seriously that you received from the community. Particulate matter, as we know, is very deadly. I wanted to also connect this agenda item to the next one about the Phillips 66 storage tank project for a specific reason. That project would cause an increase in particulate matter, PM 2.5, specifically by processing Canadian tar sands crude oil. There's a paper that came out recently that showed that this would cause an increase in particulate matter, PM 2.5, from coking and cracking processes. That's just one example of a project that your staff is actually proposing to go forward without environmental review that would increase particulate matter. So we feel that there are many measures that the district could take to reduce particulate matter. That's just one example. There are many others, and I'm going to leave it at that. I'll testify on the next item, but I want to support the community members here who are really urging you to reject this plan and protect the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Hernandez, is that the one microphone, and would Mary, I think it's Valdemar, come to the vacant microphone. Please state your name for the record.
Alan Hernandez. Thank you, Board, for having us here today. I just want to express concern over this plan. I'm a resident, lifelong resident of Fontana, California, and so we're like right next to Mira Loma. My little niece, she's 3 years old, lives in southern Fontana. If you're familiar with Fontana, by Martin Tudor Park. So all she has to do is just cross over and you're basically in Mira Loma. I'm very disappointed in this plan because over the last 2 months, my little niece has been going to the doctors with what we thought was a common cold. It's the cold season. She's been having colds and coughs, and we don't really understand what's going on, why she's not getting better. Last visit, about 3 weeks ago, doctor gave her an inhaler and said we need to do more testing to see if this is asthma. I'm very concerned about this because, you know, she is in South Montana. Although it's one of the more nicer neighborhoods she lives in, it's still surrounded by warehouses. And you still have the diesels coming in that are spewing the PM 2.5. And so, you know, this plan is personal to me because, you know, that little girl is my life. The day she was born, I got her name tattooed on my forearm. It's right here. So she is everything to me. She may be contracting asthma right now. And she's right next door to Mira Loma. And my concern is Mira Loma being out of attainment, it does not spell good news for my family, my little niece. So I urge you to please not vote on this plan. And I think we can do something better. Bring Mira Loma into attainment and bring the Inland Empire into attainment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. While Ms. Valdemar is testifying, would Olin Kin come to the other microphone?
Hi, my name is Mary Valdemar. I am the co-founder of the Chicano Indigenous Community for Culturally Conscious Advocacy and Action, and I'm also a member of a coalition called Indigenous Drum. I'm here to represent my community in the Inland Empire, but I'm also from Long Beach, a native from Long Beach in the Los Angeles area, so I kind of have a stake in seeing this resolved for multiple areas. I would like to kind of just echo the words of Josie Gonzalez, who was just here, and I was very moved by her words. I've known her from working with the First Five Commission, Children's and Families Commission, and have seen her do incredible work. And the folks who are gonna fill her shoes have big shoes to fill. She has been an advocate for our community, but as I listen to her words, I see a gap between what's being said in this room and the reality of the Inland Empire. The reality of the Inland Empire is when my daughter was diagnosed with asthma and I took her to the doctor, they missed some other issues that were going on because the numbers of children that come in for asthma are so high that they just automatically look for asthma in every child that comes in. That's crazy. And when you talk about 50 deaths related to air in the Inland Empire, my guess is it's much higher than that. And so I want to make sure that everyone who's making this decision about this plan is not just rubber stamping and moving these things forward. In our community, the situation is dire. And from an Indigenous perspective, the rain and this air pollution are related. These issues are related. And so the fact that we're having less rain is not a reason to not do more action. It's a call from the environment, from Mother Nature, from the universe, the creator, whatever you want to call it, for us to do more, not less. What we need to see from you, each one of you, all of you, is the same protection for our community, the same protection for our environment, the same protection that we would give to our own families and our own children. We call her Mother Earth because she is our mother. I participate in ceremony at the beach. We do indigenous ceremony where we ask for healing of the waters and the air and the environment, and we do that on a regular basis. But as I read this report, I see that, the fires on the beach were taken more seriously than the refineries and the air pollution. That is not the cause of what's going wrong, and we need you to pay closer attention to that. Thank you.
Would Elizabeth Ayala come to the vacant microphone? Elizabeth, are you here? Would you state your name for the record, sir?
Olin Keene, American Indian Movement, Southern California. So particulate pollution. This pollution is particularly troublesome because it lodges deep into the lungs and can even break the lung barrier and enter the bloodstream. Exposure to fine particulate matter has been linked to premature death, heart attacks, irregular heartbeat, aggravated asthma, decreased lung function, and increased respiratory symptoms. Many of these impacts are suffered mostly acutely by our most vulnerable, including people with heart and lung diseases, children, and the elderly. So what I see before you, Council, is the majority of you fall under the elderly. I'm sure most of us have, I mean that no disrespectful way in our culture, we respect and we listen to our elders. They have wisdom beyond our years. That was not a crack. I imagine the majority of us here, we have children, yes? So from an indigenous perspective, of course, but just as a human being, all cultures, we borrow the earth, the air, the fire, the water. We do not own these things. We borrow them from our children. What are we leaving for our children? What kind of world will they grow up in? Or will asthma just be the norm where we all breathe with respiratory devices? Will they look back on your legacy and say, well, my grandfathers and my grandmothers, they were on that board and they stood up for the environment and they did everything possible, plausible. They even pushed the envelope, said, that's not enough. Or will they say, they took a backseat, So we have a responsibility as human people, as the children of Mother Earth, like my sister said. Like your colleague said earlier, we are charged with that responsibility. And these are our lives, the lives of our elderly, the lives of our children, our very own lives, collectively. Because we are a community, again, that whole separatism, that's what's wrong with, today, right? We are one people, we are the people, let's act like it, yes? Let's respect our Earth Mother, let's do everything we possibly can. And that's all I'm here to say. I'm here in solidarity with the community for better environment, with Sierra Club, with Indigenous Drum, with Chica, and I'm here representing, the American Indian Movement, but humanity abroad. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would Mr. Marquez come to the vacant microphone, please? Ms. Ayala?
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Ayala, and I'm here with the Sierra Club Inland Empire group, and I'm here as a resident of the city of Riverside, as well as with family members throughout that region, including Mira Loma. And I would like to call or urge you to reject this current plan because it does not do anything new for our region. I personally have a younger sister who does not have a natural predisposition to asthma, but has had incidents of asthma that trouble our family very much. I think it is crucial that we do more, take action. I agree that it is not sufficient that we wait for rain to create a better plan. We must take action. You hold the power to help our communities. So that's why I would like for you to reject this plan and do more about fine particulate matter and to show that all residents deserve to breathe clean air. This is particularly disturbing because so many communities of color, which are disproportionately impacted, especially here in California, more and more are younger persons who are represented by the communities of color. And so I think that the Inland Empire residents have suffered long enough under fine particulate matter and hope that you would do more to protect the young and growing communities, of which I include myself. And so again, I ask that you create more new measures, not just stay with the current status. And to do more for especially those of us in Riverside and the Inland Empire who are exposed to fine particulate matter. It lodges deep into our lungs. It can even break the lung barrier and enter our bloodstream. That is deeply disturbing to me that my siblings who are ages 13 and older would be exposed to this kind of air. So please do more for the South Coast Air Basin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would Alfred Carrillo come to the vacant microphone? Mr. Marquez?
Members of the board and chairman, my name is Jesse Marquez. I'm the founder and executive director of the Coalition for a Safe Environment. We have members in over 25 cities in the South Coast District. We are here to oppose the supplement as submitted to you. It is an insult to the public and an insult to our integrity as to what it stands for and what it's proposing. The Federal Clean Air Act is a law. It mandates that you comply. Not almost comply, not try your best. What you propose must attain the goals and objectives of the law. You should have held public hearings in all the communities where there are major sources of PM. There are no refineries in downtown LA. There is no port in downtown LA. So there should have been one in the Los Angeles, Long Beach Harbor area. It appears that AQMD staff failed to read the history of the Federal Clean Air Act. The Federal Clean Air Act was not based on the concern of people being exposed to dust blowing in the air from a drought. The law was passed based on the harm from diesel exhaust particulate matter, from bunker fuel exhaust from ships. That was the major environmental concern. That was the major public health concern. To pick on residents burning stuff at their home, to pick on beachgoers having beach fires and stones there, is not the goal and objective. We have repeatedly identified how to reduce PM in the past. It seems that the staff intentionally had no major requirements for refineries to reduce their PM, for the ports to reduce the PM, or the freight transportation sector to reduce its PM. How did we propose it? It's very simple. When you passed the flare reduction plan, we asked that it be a 90% reduction within 3 years. That's achievable. That should have been done, but was not recommended. We asked that you mandate that all refineries incorporate backup power to prevent flaring from power outages. That has not been done. We asked that the mandate all refineries to use vapor recovery systems on all storage tanks to prevent flaring. That was not done. We asked that you mandate that the Port of LA and Port of Long Beach to incorporate the Advanced Maritime Emissions Control System when ships cannot use electric shore power, and that they use the Advanced Locomotive Emissions Capture System at rail yards that do maintenance. We asked that the Alameda Corridor trains be converted to electric. That was not done. And that we required that you mandate that all future projects at the Port of LA and Port of Long Beach incorporate zero emissions truck technologies. That was not done. We're talking hundreds of tons just on those 7 categories. And here you are, we have staff proposing barely moving over the line. That's not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would Adrian Martinez please come to the vacant microphone? Your name for the record, sir?
My name is Alfred Carrillo, and I'm here to support CBE approval, or appeal, excuse me. I'm a pastor of a church in East Wilmington.
This is not the issue yet. The issue is next.
Yes.
This is number 22.
I'm here to appeal.
I believe that's agenda item 22.
Yes. Oh, wait. Thank you.
What did he say? He said he'll wait. Okay, would Alicia Rivera please come to the, hi, how you been? Please come to the vacant microphone.
Good morning, Chairman Burke and members of the board.
My name is Adrian Martinez, and I'm here on behalf of Earth Justice. This morning, I woke up, and the first thing I did was tell my wife, who suffers from asthma, don't spend too much time outdoors. The air quality index for many of the regions where you represent is either unhealthy in the southwestern part of LA County or unhealthy for sensitive groups. This is a serious call to action. We have concerns with the plan that is before you. We don't think it shows attainment of the standard. The Clean Air Act is very clear. Plans must show attainment of the standard, and if they don't, they require control measures. We think this is an important opportunity for the district. Although a lot of the sources are under the control of other agencies, this provides an important opportunity to go to the California Air Resources Board and EPA and push for strong control measures. California Air Resources Board is already considering a sustainable freight strategy. These are the type of measures that we need for our particulate matter plan. The other thing is, I don't think this bodes well for the upcoming plan. I hope the 2016 ozone and particulate matter plan will have control measures. We need to take every opportunity to clean the air, especially when the air is so polluted for almost everyone who breathes in this basin. Thus, we request that you put more measures into this plan and not submit it to EPA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would Dr. Eder come to the vacant microphone? Harvey? Thought I saw you back there. Ms. Rubin?
My name is Alicia Rivera. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of Communities for a Better Environment. And I'm here to oppose the plan that you're about to approve today, or you are considering approving. We are disappointed that the South Coast Air Quality Management District acknowledges that attainment of the 2016 24-hour PM 2.5 standard is unlikely to happen in the Federal Clean Air Act. Delegates regulatory responsibility for reducing particular pollution in state and local air districts. We need the plan that you're about to approve. It's unacceptable, especially for the people in the communities where I organize in Wilmington, and I have community members here with me. I would like them to stand up. Everyone here opposes the plan that you're about to approve because the California Nurses Association deal with a lot of the asthma that comes from particulate matter, and we, especially the members of the Wilmington community here that are exposed to so much port traffic and the corridor, the Alameda corridor, there is so much asthma, it's an epidemic. Who has asthma here? Levanten la mano si tienen asthma, si tienen sus niños asthma. Everybody suffering from asthma, so we cannot accept to do nothing about the particulate matter that lodges into their children's lungs. And so we ask you to consider doing something and not approving this plan today. We need a plan that deals with particulate matter. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Before you go, Harvey.
Oh, sure.
Would Ashley Hernandez come down? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Good morning to the board. My name is Harvey Eder, and I'm speaking for myself and for the Public Solar Power Coalition. And would like to incorporate the other comments that were made here so far today into the comments that I'm making now. This comes out at 50 people killed or murdered, manslaughter, whatever you want to call it, a day. That comes to 18,000 people killed, not here, in a year. or 180,000 in 10 years, or 360,000 in the terms of your plan. As you know, we're involved with litigation for immediate total solar conversion of the basin. One thing that could help facilitate this is public solar power. And there's been a lot of activity recently on this, and I've put it before you to consider that the district look at doing this. There's been success up in Northern California and quite a lot of activity in different parts of the state, including within the district. You know, you've got a body count. When the Vietnam War was going on, we get the body count each day on the news, whether it was a good day or a bad day. This week has had a lot of air pollution out there. I'd say it's been a bad day, bad week. We have more and more of these days with climate change and the drought, where this could be a summer day with the temperatures we're getting. And you can take solar, which is a fixed source, and convert it into electricity or hydrogen and use it in transportation, etc. There's no reason that this can't be done. The governor came out now with 50% solar renewables as the RPS by 2030. And the numbers are going up, but it needs to be double that in half the time, 100% in 2020 to 2025 on the outside. The University of California is converting all of their campuses to zero carbon dioxide emissions, 100% solar renewables by 2025. If the state can do it, so can the rest of the community and the district. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would the last speaker is around Jason Martinez?
That was me.
Come on down. He said he already did. Oh, okay, great.
Hello, my name is Ashley Hernandez. I'm a community member from Wilmington, California. I drove here like in 45 minutes, got lost. So I really, really want to make sure that I say everything. And I'm glad I have all of you guys staring here. I'm really glad about that. I am also a community organizer in Wilmington, but aside from that, I am a proud member to be from a community that has been dealing with a lot of environmental justice, racism issues for a very long time. I am here to obviously make sure that you guys urge this project. Yesterday, I was using your AQMD app on my phone, and the first thing I did was put in my zip code and see that the AQI was at 169, and school had already been out. My first thing was to go around the community and drive around and see who was playing outside. And I drive around schools, and what they're doing is an after-school program called COPA, and they are learning how to work out and be active. And here I am thinking, how can these kids be active when they are literally prone and told because of an AQI that's over 150 that they should not be exerting themselves? That was my main concern, the fact that people were not going out there and telling the kids that they should be inside. And this is something that's always happening in Wilmington. In the past month, we've had 3 huge major flares, very scary, very intense for the community members. And this has become normalized to these kids that should not be looking at this. And I'm sorry if a lot of this seems very personal, because it is. This is my community, this is my home. And when there's companies and industries trying to make plans and where my health and the health of my community is in jeopardy, it's frustrating, because as much as this can be a wealthy industry or a wealthy person's playground, this is my backyard. Wilmington is my home, and it's the home of many other people that do not deserve to be breathing in this very unhealthy air. They should not be worrying about going outside when they have heart disease or lung disease. It is not normal for me to just run out of anywhere and start driving and trying to let people know that their kids should be inside. My sister works at this school, and my first thing to do was make sure that they put the kids inside. Nobody else was out there. Nobody else that lives around the ConocoPhillips area gets any type of letters. And there's members that I work with that live within these areas, and they have more questions and can't even be here because they have school and they work and they can't be here. And I'm here because I care, and I care about what they have to say too. And I'm here to urge you guys to please don't support this, and making sure that we don't have incidences like we had yesterday continuing often and every single day, because it is not fair for us to be indoors and be prisoners in our own community because of an industry that doesn't know how to follow the rules, an industry and a system that's very flawed, and that is why I'm here to make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. Thank you.
What happened to our school notification program?
It's there. The forecast goes out every day, and it goes out roughly between 11 and 12 noon. We do it via a variety of different mechanisms, fax, emails. Some instances we used to actually call, but we rely mostly on a direct electronic communication. The forecast has not failed to. The forecast has gone out every day since I've been at the district, and that's 32 and a half years. And I've made darn certain that it has.
Well, on that, on the day she's talking about, I just happened to get a call from our former board member, Jan Perry, former Los Angeles City Council person. And she was complaining that she had tried to reach people at the district and got no reaction to some kind of gigantic flaring going on down there. And the last time she brought it to me was on Super Bowl Sunday. I was trying to enjoy the game, and she was bending my ear about a flare in Wilmington. Does anybody know anything about that?
Okay, I'm turning around to Mosa, and we don't know something about, at least I don't, about Super Bowl Sunday, but we have had a couple of recent flaring.
No, it wasn't so. Super Bowl Sunday was when she was talking about.
Oh,
she
okay.
said she had been trying to get a reaction from the district for 3 or 4 days.
Well, I'm surprised to hear that, Dr. Berg. The recent flaring events, our staff was out in the field. Our staff uses a system to notify people that sign up for a listserv. And so.
You mean if the school doesn't sign up, we don't send them anything?
No, schools would be notified as well. Okay.
I would suggest that somebody contact.
I'll be happy to personally call her.
Yes, please.
Okay. Dr. Berg, could I clarify a few things regarding this item that hopefully can be helpful here? So as Dr. Fine was describing, we currently have a board-approved, CARB-approved plan sitting on the desk of US EPA, and US EPA will be taking action midsummer on that plan. Based on the feedback we got from them because of some of the changes due to the drought and a few other things, they've told us that we needed to clarify certain items that are in the plan. And so what this item does is provide those clarifications so that we would have a potentially fully approvable plan resting with EPA. And so we're on a short time frame here. Otherwise, we may receive at least a partial disapproval. So in this modification, we're clarifying those things, but let's talk specifically about the controls that are called for. If you look at the plan that was previously approved and is with EPA, it had one contingency measure, one measure that would be the first thing we would do if we didn't attain the standard. And that called for us to come back to the board and propose to you a shave in the NOx reclaim program to further reduce NOx emissions. That item actually, even though we have this here, we were already working on that for this and other purposes. So our plan is in the next 3 months or so to bring you that shave. That couldn't happen any faster. We didn't wait for a formal decision from EPA that the contingency measure would be triggered. We've been working on that, as the board knows, for many months, and you will have an opportunity when it is before you in May or June to take into consideration this very issue that is being raised as you decide for the initial shave or the schedule of the shaves, how much and when. So we're in one sense working ahead of schedule. In addition, as the board knows, we're in the throes of the 2016 AQMP preparation. That plan addresses both ozone and particulates, and as we've commented in many public forums, the key precursor for us to address at this point in time for both ozone and particulates is oxides of nitrogen. So we have work underway to identify the next set of rulemakings that could be done here at the district, at the California Air Resources Board, and things we would ask of EPA. So the work on further rules is in place, and for the 2016 AQMP, which will be before the board in about March or so, or April of next year, you will be setting a long-term schedule. To help address the concerns that you heard here today, what I would recommend we do as part of the structure we've already set up for the AQMP is with the various stakeholders, including those that testified today, to see if we can identify some early action measures that we could have the board bless early in the AQMP process so that any of those particular items could move forward on the rulemaking schedule maybe a little more quickly. I also want to note that it really is about NOx at this point. As the document before you outlines, ammonia reductions are not going to really get us where we need to go. In terms of sulfur oxides, which is a major contributor to fine particulate, the board previously adopted a shave to the Reclaim SOx program. We have the next increment of that kicking in 2017, so we're not aware of anything that could be done there. And unless something is identified in this 2016 AQMP process, we're not aware of any near-term SOx reduction measures that would be appropriate. On the VOC side, that generally produces very little, especially in the case of a community such as Mira Loma, but again, we're looking at that as part of the 2016 AQMP. A number of the witnesses have mentioned, and actually Dr. Liu brought this to the staff's attention yesterday, that if you go on our webpage and you look at the map and you look at the classification of the air quality, that the map has shown much broader
Now
area.
Paul's going to have to put it up.
Well, it's fine, Paul can put it up.
Put the slide up, Paul, so that
We've had
Barry can
numerous
explain
people
this.
comment on this, Dr. Lee,
Yeah,
so
it's
why
that's a
I'm-
little disturbing, so we should
Yeah.
definitely explain it.
So if you look at that, you say, well, it's not just Mira Loma, these other areas in this time of year where it's particulate that drives the air quality index are shown as having, air that's affecting sensitive individuals and so on. So when we're doing the forecasting and when we're looking at measurements, there's two different ways to measure particulate levels that can go into the forecasting. And we went through this actually in a previous board retreat. So we have some newer generation devices that are real-time devices that provide, in essence, instantaneous particulate readings. We also have the traditional reference method, which sucks in an air sample onto a filter, and we bring those filters in to our laboratory, and then we weigh them and can speciate off those filters. As we've all seen this week, we've had a lot of fog, and the fog could affect these instantaneous readings. And so there's a real difference between the moisture in the air and fog and what that would represent as a public health impact, as opposed to particulate nitrate or sulfates or directly emitted particulate matter, PM2.5 or PM10. So when we're forecasting, it is to err on the side of better health protection, but we believe that what we're seeing is mostly greatly, significantly the impact of fog. And when we look at our other filter samples and have a chance to analyze those, we'll have better information on that. So bottom line is, staff believes that what's before you is legally appropriate. We are in the process of having before you the contingency measure that we previously identified. We are not saying that the work is over in terms of further measures that will lead to additional particulate reduction. We'll be identifying those in the AQMP, and we can bring you back an early action list that would supplement whatever action that you take today. And we are certainly, as a staff, not saying that because there's a drought, that somehow we get a pass on what is necessary to ensure attainment of the 24-hour standard according to the federal prescriptions. And we would still recommend that you approve the item that's before you.
Mayor Yates?
Mr. Chair, I would move the item with the caveat that, as you stated, Barry, that you meet with these folks that have testified today, hoping to come up with some other immediate action that we may have to take if we do not reach attainment.
Dr. Liu?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little concerned because I think that if I understand this correctly, we're being asked to make a determination that this will get us to where we will be in compliance with the standard. And you mentioned we should have an approvable plan before EPA. I'm not sure it's approvable if we don't have certainty that we can actually achieve it. I mean, staff said, you know, it looks unlikely that this actually gets us there. So I went through the emissions inventory and counted up 70 different categories of emission sources from the 2012 plan. I find it hard to believe there's nothing we can do. I understand that there are limits on what we can put into the plan because it has to be quantifiable and verifiable and all that. But maybe it's time to get a little creative and do some of the other things that we know will get us closer to attainment, even if they're not an official part of the plan, in addition to the putting in the things that we can't commit to because we can't quantify them. You know, what we have before us is something I think that might get us there if we're lucky, if we catch a break. But I'd like to take the guesswork out of it. I'd like to get us to the point where we don't have to have so much uncertainty. And I really am wondering if we could put that Amex technology on all those ships that are sitting out there waiting for a resolution of the labor agreement issue at the ports. I know there's at least one device that's working. I mean, you know, NOx reductions, 98, 99%. I think that they could build more of those devices quickly if we encourage them to and get them out there working this year. I am certainly uncomfortable with the approvability of the plan as we're being asked to submit it. So if there was something that's, I mean, I just find it hard to believe the staff can't come up with measures to put in here that get us there.
Dr. Liu, as you know, we have been proposing to the board and the public for several years now that our air quality planning needs to be comprehensive. And so the 2016 AQMP, as I was mentioning before, has to address the annual average PM 2.5 standard that was lowered, plus the ozone standard. So we're bringing that all together. And let me also say that the reason that we haven't attained the standard is because of January 2014. It wasn't that we had high particulate levels all year. We had a bad month, but that's not an excuse that you don't move forward, obviously. So when we're putting this together, we want to make sure that we don't cause unnecessary hardship for the region. It's, as we keep saying, we think it's unlikely, but it's possible we will comply this year. If the average is over the standard, but the measurement is within the standard, then we get an extra year. We're going to have, as you know, fleet turnover. I don't think you rely just on fleet turnover. We're going to have the NOx reclaim shave that'll help. But also, if you don't attain, then there's, as Dr. Fine mentioned, an automatic bump up, which means that you're not going to have to, submit a plan until, 2019. So we're not talking about waiting. We're talking about doing things as quickly as possible. And given the tone of the testimony today, as well as board member comments, we're talking about coming to you and saying, are there some things that we can do as early action measures relative to the 2016 AQMP, which is something we've done on a number of occasions. But right now, the staff, other than the things that were in Dr. Fine's presentation, doesn't have something that immediately comes to mind, and we've thought about this a great deal, that we could just rapidly put into place. And some other time, I'd love to talk to you about the Amex technology. We're a supporter. That technology wouldn't be where it is today without the staff support, but there are other issues associated with immediately doing that.
I know we've been supporting it. It's a good thing, but I think we could have them use it today and put more out there right away. And in terms of January 4th, 2014, it's interesting you should note that, because I was looking up yesterday, in January 2015, we had a third as much rain as is normal. So we're certainly not out of the ballpark on this. And I mean, thanks for the comments, Barry. It's helpful.
Any other comments by any of the other board members? Because Mary Yates made a motion, but nobody seconded.
I'll second his motion.
Okay. Okay, so is there any other comment on this motion?
Just very quick.
So before Supervisor Antonovich gets out, the new board member hasn't heard him scream yet. So we're going to open the roll and take a vote on the machine. We have a couple people want to talk. You came up late on the machine. I'm sorry. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. Our executive officer did mention that one way to address these issues is with early action in the 2016 AQMP, and I would want our board to give direction to that effect, that we do that. I've no doubt that our staff and this board is going to be working pretty diligently on reducing PM emissions as well as NOx emissions, because we have some very stiff and steep goals to reach in the next, 10, 15 years. And so that is really in the forefront of our minds as we're working on these things. I would also note that certainly a lot of the emissions that we're dealing with are from mobile sources. You've mentioned that. It's diesel trucks. It's ships in the harbor. It's largely diesel trucks. And while we don't control those directly, that's within the purview of the Air Resources Board. There is considerable effort at the state level to reduce diesel emissions and to improve the kinds of fuels that are used that reduce criteria pollutants. So I would want our board to give direction to staff to incorporate early actions in the AQMP to address this issue, the PM 2.5 24-hour standard, and to try to incorporate many of the suggestions that were made here this morning by the people who were so good to come and testify.
So if I could, Council Member Mitchell, what you're really saying is early action measures is a further insurance policy for attainment of the 24-hour PM 2.5 standard.
Mr. Chair, and I support Councilmember Mitchell's and Board Member Liu's comments. Since I seconded the motion, I will support the motion. But all of us are very sensitive to your needs. And in addition, Barry, I'd like, make sure I understand this. I understand that the largest source of pollution is, as Judith said, diesel, but also internal combustion causes NOx, right? So all the mobile sources, So when I work with the Bureau of Automotive Repair and we test the cars and you see what comes out, one of the biggest emitters is NOx. So all of our transportation, how you got here today, unless you took mass transit like I did, an electric car like some of us drive, you've emitted a lot of NOx contributing to this. So I would like, as an additional, and I've got right here something that I think is really going to help us attain this, Barry. And this is a plan for, it's one of the measure R2 that LA may be put on the ballot. But actually one of the essence of why AQMD was created too, and I was looking to Health and Safety Code today, was to reduce mobile source emissions. It means get people out of cars on bikes or in trains, mass transit. I've got a Metrolink booklet here. I've taken buses today. You can take light rail. There's a plan to build an entire system, actually rebuild an entire system that LA County, San Bernardino, Riverside, and Orange County had called the Red Line Pacific Electric Car by Henry Huntington and a group of people till he got bought out, as I'm reading in a book. There's an exciting things happening. As this time, it'll be September, or actually this time next year in LA County alone, I know it's happening in Orange County, I know Riverside, San Bernardino, we've met with Supervisor Rutherford over there from the San Gabriel Valley, coordinating efforts at the airport in Ontario. But there's exciting, so this time next year, you're gonna have a line, which you could do in 1905, but you couldn't do in the last 50 years. Take a line from Azusa Pacific University in the eastern San Gabriel Valley all the way to the ocean in Santa Monica. You have to, unfortunately, change a couple trains downtown, but you'll be able to get off in Chairman Burke if you wanted to. You could drive down to Santa Monica at 4th Street, right by the police station, the mall there, drop off his car and get out to Azusa Pacific University, and only change 2 trains. By 2020, it'll be one straight shot, once the regional connector. But Barry, I think one thing we should really do is work with these agencies and promote this mass transit. I bet everybody here, if you went online, you could say, how can I get here without using a car today? I do it. Unfortunately, it takes 2 hours and 20 minutes, but if we improve our system, that's why I do it, because we've got to improve our system. Those thousands of students from Cal Poly Pomona that I ride the buses with every first Friday and see them having to leave my area at 5:40 in the morning to get to an 8 o'clock class, it shouldn't be that way in the United States. To have college kids at the thousands of universities in our district, universities, public, private institutions, why do people have to take 4 hours a day of their time out to sit on a bus, on a train, to get somewhere? Because they can't afford a car, can't afford insurance, the payments on the car. I think we expand our vision and work with this, Barry, because this can be something incredible. That's going to help us attain our reductions we need. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I've asked the clerk to open the roll.
Don't forget to lock in.
Why do you need to do it twice? Okay. Close the roll. You erased the results, but can I have the results back?
Yes,
Oh, it's up on the big screen. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's why she took it away from me. Oh, it's 10 yes, 1 no. So the motion passes. Item number 22. 23, I'm sorry.
Get a new lunch pail because I'm accompanying.
Good morning, Dr. Burke, members of the board. My name is Kurt Weiss. I'm the AQMD General Counsel. I'm here this morning on item number 23, which is CBE's appeal of the district's CEQA evaluation of a Phillips 66 tank project. The purpose of this item is for the board to decide whether to conduct an appeal and schedule appeal hearings. CBE has made 2 filings in connection with this appeal, and I'm requesting that the board address both filings. CBE has filed an appeal. Secondly, they've filed a petition to set a hearing date for the appeal. I have 2 recommendations. 1, deny the petition to set a hearing date, and secondly, reject the appeal. Before I get into the reasons for these recommendations, I'd like to provide a brief description of the project. The centerpiece of the project is construction of a large crude oil storage tank to receive loads of crude oil from marine tankers. Phillips currently has a small crude storage tank that is loaded by marine vessel. The small tank is too small to accept an entire load from larger vessels. As a result, larger tankers will offload part of a shipment. They'll go back offshore while the crude in the tank is being processed, and then once the level of the tank has dropped, they'll return and offload the remainder of their shipment. With the larger tank, tankers will be able to offload their entire shipment in one visit, which will result in emissions reductions from the tankers. There are other aspects of the project, but the centerpiece is the construction of this large storage tank. The district conducted an initial study of the project and found that there were no significant environmental impacts. Accordingly, as CEQA requires, the staff prepared a negative declaration for the project, and the executive officer approved the permit. In connection with the permit, the executive officer also approved a negative declaration. CBE has taken a number of steps challenging the negative declaration, including filing a lawsuit. CBE's position is that Section 15025B1 of the Public Resources Code gives it the right to appeal the negative declaration to the governing board. For purposes of this proceeding, Section 15025B1 says that whoever is authorized to approve a permit for a project is also authorized to approve the CEQA, and that approval cannot be delegated. CBE's position is that the board is authorized to issue permits, not the executive officer, as was done here with the Phillips 66 project, so they can appeal the Phillips 66 permit to the board. There are two problems with CBE's position. First, as a matter of law, the executive officer issues air district permits. It's been that way for decades for every executive officer at the district. Second, CBE's position is impractical. The district issues approximately 8,500 permits a year, 10 of those that require a more extensive CEQA analysis, either an EIR or a negative declaration. There's another problem with CBE's position. Appeals under CEQA can only be made to an elected decision-making body, and the board is appointed. As an additional practical matter, it doesn't appear that there are any instances where the board has conducted an appeal hearing for a CEQA document. In its filings to the board, CBE has referenced District Regulation 12 as a basis for its appeal. Regulation 12 doesn't, however, apply here. Regulation 12 applies to permit applications. Once a permit has been issued, there's no longer an application, and Reg 12 no longer applies. The Phillips 66 permit was issued in December of last year, so under Reg 12, CBE's filings are untimely and should be rejected on that basis. There are two documents that CBE has filed requesting action by the board: an appeal and a petition to set a hearing date. I'm requesting that you deny the petition to set a hearing date and reject the appeal. That result will, the result of that action would be that the issues that are raised here will be decided by a CEQA judge in Superior Court. Thank you.
Presentation. We have two speaker slips. Julia May. Surely.
Kurt, thank you for that presentation. I feel a little bit like a ping pong ball on this one because it's based on this interpretation of the law and all that. But if I want to make sure I understand you correctly, because the latest response that we got this morning, which I have to admit I haven't had a chance to read completely, but I have gone through the first couple of pages. It says that our Reg 12 and the Health and Safety Code say that, you know, you can appeal to the governing board, and the governing board has ultimate decision-making authority. But if I'm reading the Health and Safety Code correctly, and if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, you're saying that only applies to an application, and the Health and Safety Code actually uses the word an application, not to a decision. So we're making that distinction between an application and an actual decision. You can appeal an application, for example, if the executive officer never makes a decision and it's been sitting out there for years, and they can come to the governing board and say, we want you to make the decision because the executive officer has failed to do so, as opposed to the executive officer has made a decision under that other authority in the Health and Safety Code, and you know, we're coming to you to appeal the decision. Is that the distinction that we're talking about here?
That's right, Dr. Liu. The way to see Reg 12 is as an alternative permitting process. And so Reg 12 says that when the board considers an application, once it decides as though it were the executive officer.
Okay, thank you.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Before I start, I heard you say you only have 2 speaker cards. There's actually a number of people that turned in cards. So
That's
there
really
must be
interesting.
some mistake.
For 22, they did.
Pardon?
For number 22, they did.
No, but for
this
this
is-
item, we have a
wait.
number of people here. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. All right.
She put some 22 on top of 23.
Okay.
So that's why I could, yes, I do have, I knew I couldn't be that lucky.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. So I'm Julia May. I'm a senior scientist at Communities for a Better Environment, and I've provided engineering analysis on oil refinery emissions and impacts, regulatory compliance, and energy use for over 25 years. I urge you to set a date for this governing board to hear our appeal on the Phillips storage tank project, because there are significant and major and severe environmental impacts due to this project. This requires a hearing, and further, it's contrary to the district's environmental justice policy to skip doing a full public process. This project is far more than a simple storage tank project. It's a means that has been publicly acknowledged by the Phillips Corporation to bring in a dangerous slate of dirtier crude oil to the LA refinery. The Phillips opposition letter would tell you to disregard their corporate statements, and they would tell you they're already using dirty tar sands crude oil from Canada, but their evidence showed they are using about 20% was the maximum they used in a year. In 2013, previous years, it was lower amounts. This project would enable bringing up to 100% Canadian tar sands crude oil to the LA refinery with environmental impacts. In fact, even there's a transcript by investors in even the Phillips opposition letter that provides more evidence. They said they've recently signed a deal with Plains All American in Bakersfield, which would allow them to bring tar sands by rail to the Bakersfield terminal, put it into the California pipeline system where it can come to the LA refinery. There's a connection between Plains Bakersfield pipeline and LA refinery, and they've signed a deal for this. By the way, this pipeline in LA ruptured, and the Plains pipeline ruptured and caused a lot of environmental impacts in the past. The crude oil slate change can cause major impacts. Canadian tar sands crude is very high in sulfur. It can be up to 4%. Sulfur causes corrosion in refineries. It was found by the Chemical Safety Board of the U.S. Chemical Safety Board to be the cause of the explosion at Richmond 2 years ago. In addition, this project would undermine the state of California's AB 32 climate goals because refining tar sands crude oil causes much higher greenhouse gas emissions and requires a lot more energy in general. So, we could go on for a long time about the major impacts, particulate matter, greenhouse gases, danger of explosion, et cetera. But in conclusion, we urge you to set a hearing date so you can hear the evidence yourself. That's all we're asking for. Hear the evidence, let the community speak to you, and have a real public process to discuss this issue. Thank you very much for hearing us today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And if we could have Alexandria Nagy at one microphone and Cyrus Mozimi at the other microphone.
I believe you called her name first.
Okay.
Okay.
Ladies first.
Thank you. My name is Alexandra Nagy. I'm the Southern California organizer with Food and Water Watch. And we're here today to stand with CBE and asking for this hearing to hear the appeal. I'm also here on behalf of my friends Diane Thomas and Robert Leslie with the Carson Coalition. You may have heard about them. They recently had an incredible victory where they were fighting against 200 new fracking wells in their community against Oxy. And CRC, which recently took over, pulled out their application after community resistance. The other thing about Carson that you may have heard about is that they have had terrible environmental injustice happen when the Carousel Tract storage tank burst underneath their homes. And they are really pissed off. They are really angry that they could not be here today. And they wanted me to express that to you, that you have to come to Carson. You have to come to Carson and do this public hearing. It is just beyond ludicrous, it is beyond insanity that after this community has been through so much and has been willing to fight to have their opinions and their voices heard, that you would completely disregard them. So that is why I'm here. I also wanted to talk about fracking. We know that fracking actually is happening in Orange County. It is happening in Los Angeles, but we can't allow for Bakken crude oil to come in from Bakersfield to further pollute our air, and that's a huge issue for us. And we also don't want tar sands. We don't want increases in pollution in our communities, especially when that contributes to climate change. So you really need to hear this appeal. You need to do the hearing in Carson, in the community that's going to be the most affected by air pollution, not here in Diamond Bar at 9 a.m. in the morning where people can't come. So thank you.
Would Tom Williams come to the vacant microphone, please? Yes, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Cyrus Moslemi. I'm a certified law student at UC Irvine's Environmental Law Clinic. I'm here on behalf of Communities for a Better Environment. Just yesterday, I looked towards the hills and mountains near my home. I couldn't see them. Now, staff suggests that it's just fog, but I went up to the 4th floor of my building and I saw a brown cloud sitting on top of the treetops around me. Last time I checked, fog's not brown. I then went on to the Air District's own website, and the air quality was rated as unhealthy for sensitive groups. That was just yesterday, and yet today, this agency is considering expanding a massive oil refinery. Although Phillips 66 claims that the purpose of this project is merely to increase tankage, experts state that in reality, this project is actually a massive restructuring of the refinery. Simple calculations indicate that Phillips 66 intends to increase its throughput capacity by 57 million barrels per year. Let me put that in perspective for you. That's over double the refinery's current throughput capacity. And yet, it was never mentioned in a negative declaration. However, CEQA requires disclosure of the scope of this project and also requires an environmental impact report. CEQA is a lot about accuracy and disclosure at the end of the day, and the people who deserve that full disclosure
are the citizens of southern Los Angeles, this board's constituents. What cannot happen here is a cursory factual investigation in which the health of humans and the environment is sacrificed for the sake of an oil company that could easily internalize its own costs. Phillips 66's own communications with the Air District indicate that it intends to bring in primarily dirty Canadian tar sands, which are staggeringly high in sulfur content. These emissions have been shown in scientific studies to result in hydrogen sulfide emissions, which lead to asthma as well as other lung disorders. This is especially problematic for young individuals, and this is a problem in Carson, which has 14 elementary schools. As a lead agency, it's much more responsible for you guys to resolve this dispute as opposed to the courts. CEQA affirmatively requires that an appeal go to the agency's highest elected decision-making body. Staff's attorney tried to make a distinction between a permit and an application under California law. Your own rules state that you can make a decision on a permit. That's Rule 1205, the same regulation staff's attorney just cited. Purpose of this law is to expose elected officials to political accountability. Is this board going to stand around and let this oil company wreak havoc in Carson, where minorities are 94% of the city? CBE respectfully requests an appeal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Would Daryl Gale come to the vacant microphone, please?
Okay. Good morning. Dr. Tom Williams, Citizens Coalition for a Safe Community. We support the having a hearing. Why? Informed consent. As one person mentioned this morning, who do you represent? The electorate. However, we're now 45 years into CEQA, and we don't know who is the approving organization within this organization. Kind of strange. Who makes the decisions? A group or an individual? That should be rectified very quickly, elsewise you're going to have more of these sorts of things. If you're not elected and you're appointed, isn't that okay? There's several others that would agree. Coastal Commission and a few others. So get your CEQA compliance sorted out. It should be. It's only been around for 40 years. Regarding public hearings, Citizen Coalition formed and got a community standards district approved for the Englewood oil field. Why? Because the public wanted more participation. And we got it. We meet once a month or once a quarter, depending upon the number of complaints and such, and we help the oil company and the county and the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources find some sort of consensus within our community. So we're quite concerned about having a public hearing. Sort it out. Hey, 3 hours. What's the big deal? So there's also a few things regarding, I know. My wife allows me out 3 nights a week, that's all. 1 day on the weekend. So, public hearings, yes, we have a lot
Can I get a
of.
cell number?
Hmm?
Yeah. Do I have a cell number?
Okay, there's a bit about the project description. If the Jones Act is repealed and if crude exports ban is repealed, those tanks will not be flowing in, they'll be flowing out because Phillips has a program. Santa Maria Refinery also had a major revision of their entire crude by rail system, and they have pipelines connecting to a lot of marine terminals, offshore platforms, all of which can export. So the project description should also include the potential for export of crude, which has considerably different aspects on the air pollution and the port. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Mr. Jim Stewart, Dr. Stewart, come to the microphone, the vacant microphone, please? Just state your name for the record.
Good morning. I'm Daryl Gale, and I live in downtown Los Angeles. And I'm here to oppose the negative deck received from the staff. Here in Southern California, we have a spectacular place to live in. We are known the world over for our beaches, our mountains, our climate, and the beautiful tourist industry, which we all benefit from. But we also have some problems like earthquakes, wildfires, and we are currently suffering with an unprecedented drought. We don't need to invite in a major economic and environmental catastrophe of more oil, like what happened in July of 2013. Think about what happened in Lac-Mégantic in Canada, where a train derailed and the crude oil caught on fire and pretty much decimated half the town. More oil coming into California is not needed, and we don't need to export it because the solar industry is booming. For California, a recent study showed that there are 73,000 new jobs in the solar industry alone. I live in a solar apartment. During the day, I get to use electric devices, my computer, lights for free, without any particulate matter coming off of them. And at night, when we plug into the grid, the money we use in my apartment building goes to the DWP. The DWP then profits, not some foreign country. This, to me, is real energy independence. Thank you.
I'm Jim Stewart, representing the Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club. I really feel like all of us have sympathy for the staff and for Barry, because it sounds like they got caught in a bait and switch. In other words, the proposal for this huge expansion of their storage capacity was just simply, well, you know, we can offload the ships faster, right? But you've got to not look at the narrow negative declaration kind of language that was put in. You have to look at the corporate statements for the real purpose of this whole operation. The corporate statements are, we're going to expand our refinery, make big profits for our investors kinds of things, right? So they've exposed themselves, and yet they're asking you to ignore their exposure of themselves. And it's up to you to say, no. No, we're not going to abide by some kind of narrow thing. We're going to look at the real intent of this proposal, which requires, obviously, with a huge expansion of operations, it's going to produce more greenhouse gases, so there's no question that it needs a CEQA declaration. It's going to produce more emissions. It needs a CEQA analysis. This project needs a full CEQA analysis. You've got to do it now.
And Susan Dombrowski, come to the vacant microphones.
Good morning. My name is Jack Eit, and I'm with Tar Sands Action Southern California, a member of the SoCal 350 Climate Action Coalition. It's 100 different organizations that have come together to fight fossil fuel-induced climate change. We held a major rally down at the port just outside of Carson, and we actually marched through Carson, where we had about 1,000 people during the only rainy day last year, calling for the end of this sort of business as usual, the end of just these approvals without letting the voice of the community speak. I mean, we've been fighting tar sands across the U.S. as well as internationally. We've been stopping the Keystone XL pipeline
to not bring those tar sands across the border and across our midsection. So what Phillips 66 is doing here is they're basically saying, hey, we can put this stuff on Southern California, and we'll just call it a storage increase. We have to see, as was mentioned, there's a crude by rail expansion going on at Phillips 66 in Santa Maria. Also, there's an expansion at their Rodeo facility. So this is a third expansion. There are environmental documentation required on the other ones, but they're not related and they're not linked. This needs to be linked. We need to look at the comprehensive, that is what CEQA is about. I'm an urban planner. I'm also an environmental analyst. I've written a number of environmental reports of this nature. This has significant, unavoidable, irreversible impacts to communities, as well as it violates the intent of CEQA, which is really, the point of the law is to let the people speak and let these impacts be brought to light and let the people decide. And I hope that the staff here, as well as the AQMD governing board, is not working for the oil companies, but they're working for the people here. And so the people's voice needs to be heard. Doubling throughput, that means a significant increase. The high sulfur count, the number of impacts, as was said, I could go on at great length. What we need is a moratorium on transportation, storage, and processing of this tar sands oil, because it is extremely dangerous. It has massive impacts from where they're taking it out of the ground in Alberta. They're also looking at Utah, which is much closer to here, which means that's part of their plan too, is to start mining tar sands in Utah and bringing it straight to Southern California. Our communities have had enough. We need an environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you start, I'd like to ask our council a question. I just had a brief conversation with Supervisor Nelson and Dr. Parker, and it was their analysis that no matter what we do here with this item today, that it's going to go to court anyway. So the adjudication is really not from us, it's by the court, right?
Yeah, you're essentially correct.
Why are we taking all this testimony?
Well,
why do we have all these people come out, waste their time, if what we're going to do is nothing?
Well, it's your decision is whether you're going to be another step in the process or not. If you...
well, I don't understand the step thing. If the courts are going to decide it, they're going to decide it.
Dr. Burke, part of what they've presented to the board, as Kurt covered in his presentation, is a Reg 12 hearing. But as we also covered in the presentation, a Reg 12 hearing is on an application. This is a matter where the permit has been fully issued and the CEQA document certified. So, and so we would recommend that it's not applicable, so that would be the response. If we sent them back a letter and said that, then they would feel that they didn't hear from the board.
Well, I'm perfectly prepared to listen to testimony. I'm old and retired. I ain't got nothing to do, but there are people here who have lives to carry on. So, I don't want to be the only person sitting here listening to it, but I think it misleads the public if you don't tell them that. Dr. Parker.
Mr. Chair.
Slow me down.
The question really is that if the staff has done something wrong as the lead agency in this matter and has not considered the report in appropriate manner according to the Public Resources Code, it's my understanding, and correct me, I could be wrong, but judicial review is the appropriate review under that matter, especially if you have issued a negative declaration. I understand and I share the concerns itself of the community, that if there were items of concern that we did not really feel that we needed to ask them to mitigate. When I looked at this report, unfortunately, as Dr. Burke stated, that I did read all of this information because I was very concerned. Someone says that in this community, someone has submitted something and no one has evaluated it. I wanted to see exactly what those 18 areas itself of evaluation was. I asked Dr. Wallerstein to send me all of the documentation. He did. So I read it. I looked at, I think there were like 6 or 8 mitigated areas, et cetera, that were stated, but the other 18 themselves said there were no significant areas, et cetera, to mitigate. Now, certainly I'm not sufficient experienced enough to look at those and to say that the people who did that were wrong, but it was a step that was taken. The delegation itself of the authority by this board has been given to the executive director to issue those. The people have exercised their right itself for further review in the courts, saying that something was wrong. It just seems to me for our lawyers is that whatever we do here today, we can stand up and say, yeah, we're going to give you another hearing, and you're going to come in and tell us all of this, but the matter itself is not going to invalidate the negative declaration that has been given to the extent itself of what the procedures are. Kurt, am I?
Yeah, and let me clarify my answer, Dr. Parker. I think Dr. Burke's right. I mean, ultimately, whatever you decide, this gets resolved in the courts. What the community is saying is that if you look at CEQA requirements, if you look at the requirements of the Health and Safety Code, this board is another step along the way. This board is obliged to consider their complaints regarding the CEQA analysis. Our position obviously is different, that you know, they don't go through the board to the courts, they go straight to the courts. But there is a real dispute about exactly the role that the board plays with regard to this dispute. And you know, in one of the core questions is the authority of the executive officer to issue permits. It's always been, excuse me, the position of the agency that the executive officer issues permits and under CEQA then approves the CEQA document.
So right now, what someone is asking us to reevaluate our rules to determine whether or not the executive director has the authority to issue a negative declaration or whether or not it should be coming directly to the board. And you're saying that in your opinion and in the rules, it says that the executive director has been delegated that authority. Is that correct?
Well, not delegated, but he has it as a matter of statute.
That's a matter of statute.
Right, yeah, but you're absolutely correct, Dr. Parker.
I think that, in due respect to everyone's concerns, is that regardless of whatever we do here, if that is the case, we're talking about a legal issue that has already been put forth before the court. I'm going to ask my learned colleague, who's also a council supervisor, Nelson, to also speak. But the boards that I've sat on, and believe me, I also for the people, I sat on one time as the alternate for the Coastal Commission and matters of this nature, who had the authority to do certain things, or whatever it may be, had arisen several times. And that's the reason why when I was asked the question, I'm saying, regardless to what it appears that we're going to do here, it's going to be reviewed by the court. And the court will have the last word over any administrative agency. So if we do something that they believe that was wrong or whatever it may be, they're going to set it aside. If we do something that they believe that is right, they're going to confirm it. But it really is a matter itself that is before them, and I think all of those issues themselves have been raised. So.
Nothing like putting me on the spot. I would just say this. I think that the concerns, if you listen, is that people are really interested in the substantive issues. This is a procedural issue. And the only question is, was the procedure followed? I mean, that was the presentation by staff. It's a procedural item. They seem pretty clear in their belief. And despite the fact that it's a very thick stack, most of it's a bunch of articles that have been attached. I did read through it pretty quickly. And there's a lot of self-serving statements. That's pretty common in legal papers. But, I mean, the basic items is the details matter in the law, and hair-splitting things like may and shall often are very determinative. And there's a lot of statements in here that we must do things that the rule says we may, and there are rules that don't actually really apply. They're rules that apply to applications, not decisions. And I mean, I realize it's awful convenient to say, well, that's minor distinction. No, it's a big distinction. I mean, the difference between man and woman on paper is M or F. It's only a letter, right? But it's a big difference. I mean, it may be one letter, but it's all the difference in the world. So it doesn't change all the people with paperwork that want to speak. But if they want to speak to this board about anything that matters today, it better be about procedure and how the procedure was violated. Otherwise, it's just a substantive statement that, in most cases, people don't like the idea of petroleum fuels being used in any manner. And although that might be an interesting subject, it just isn't today's topic.
Dr. Liu?
Okay, let's see if we can maybe propose something that will address some of those substantive concerns and deal with the procedural matter at the same time. I think we have to admit that we've never had a board-level conversation about heavy crudes and what impact they may or may not have on air pollution. And I would recommend that we suggest that the chair convene the refinery committee and have everyone come, have the refineries come and talk about what they think about it, have staff come and tell us what they've learned, have the community members come and express their concerns, so we can have a substantive conversation about the merits of the issue as we're being asked to do. I mean, we haven't had a process for that. So, this particular project is probably not the best thing, and it has been challenged in court, and it will play out through a judge. I think the other thing that's important here is that on the procedural issues, we have lacked clarity, and we haven't spelled out for people exactly how those things work. It's complicated, and we should really come up with a document, a concise and clear document that says, when it comes to CEQA, this is the process. When it comes to permitting, this is the process. When it comes to rulemaking, this is the process, because we follow a different CEQA process than a rulemaking. On rulemaking, those decisions are made by the governing board. When it comes to enforcement, this is the process we play. You might remember, Barry, that a lifetime ago, we served on the Environmental Justice Stakeholders Group at the Air Resources Board, and we spent many months coming up with a public participation guidebook for the Air Resources Board. I think we need the same thing here that even maybe goes into a little more detail than that did in terms of those procedural things. And if we did the combination of those two things, convene the refinery committee, committed to developing a guidebook that would spell this out so we don't have this confusion, then I think we might be able to avoid these kind of conflicts in the future.
I think those are good suggestions.
So we have about another hour or so of testimony here. You've heard what the outcome's going to be. It's going to be adjudicated in court. If you want to testify, I'm more than willing to sit here and listen to it. But yeah, I understand. A lot of people have nothing to do. Okay, I'll go through the list. We'll go with Mary Valdemar. Come down to, and would you state your name for the record, please?
Mr. Chair, just before, can I just, a quick question for Kurt? Kurt, when is this, and I don't have the legal papers, when is the writ set for? Is it LA Superior Court?
Yeah, it is.
When is the hearing? So I just,
There's no hearing date set.
well, they haven't done a briefing schedule?
No.
Okay, so it's going to be several months down the line, because I was just at the writ section on Wednesday on a writ that I'm doing, an opposition brief. And, just to get that briefing schedule was months, so it's going to be, unless the judge expedites, but one of the judges, Lavin right now sitting in a court of appeal, so they've got people subbing in a writ, so it may be slow. Thanks.
State your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Susan Dembowski. Shall I go ahead? Okay. I'm a resident of Long Beach, and I'm an active member of civic organizations in Greater Long Beach area and a member of local, state, and national environmental groups. I'm part of the City of Long Beach's Health and Human Services Health Access Collaborative, and since I've become more familiar with the Long Beach Alliance for Children with Asthma, I've seen how so much money and staff time is directed towards working to alleviate the harmful effects of air pollution, which is contributing to asthma, heart disease, and cancer in the families in our area. Also, I know that the Long Beach City Council this week supported the Long Beach Health Department's recommendation that it seek federal legislation requiring notification and response of crude oil, which is when it's shipped to California by rail because of the greater flammability of that crude oil. And I'm here today to ask that you withdraw the approval of the final negative declaration for the Phillips 66 LA Refinery Carson Plant crude oil storage capacity project. And it's imperative that you do set a future date for a full Community for a Better Environment appeal that will be heard. The people of Long Beach, Wilmington, Carson, and their adjacent communities where I live, whose health and safety is already greatly overburdened with the multiple negative impacts caused by oil wells, refineries, ports, uninterrupted rail and truck movement, and whose air is perhaps the most polluted, as you know, in the state and beyond, have the right to participate in the decision-making which determines whether they'll be even more exposed. We will be more exposed to the health and safety impacts of refineries, refining even greater amounts of very dirty, corrosive, and explosive Bakken and Canadian tar soil crude oils at this proposed Carson storage tank project. Please give your full consideration to the governing boards yourselves making the very important decision of this project and set a date for a hearing. Thank you.
Let me call Elizabeth Ayala back to the microphone while you're getting ready to speak. Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Mary Valdemar. I'm the co-founder of Chica and on the Coalition of Indigenous Drum. I'm here to talk about process, as you so indicated. I've served on a lot of boards. I've been appointed and elected to different commissions and committees. I work in the community college system where I've sat at the state level on the Board of Governors. And as we all know, any of the rules can be used, Robert's Rules of Order, parliamentary procedure, policy, state code, can be used to stop business and orders of the day. Just because there's a word game going on about appointed or elected, or a word game going on about application or decision, doesn't relieve you of your accountability and your responsibility to the public. You might not have the last word, but you do have a word, and you should take it and take it seriously. I do have a life. Right after I leave here, I'm going to be going with hundreds of other organizers from my community to Oakland for the climate march to talk about the KXL and the fracking and the crude oil and the tar sands. I have a life. I have a life that I live for my community, for my daughter, and I take that very seriously. So I'm offended by the attitude that was just expressed about hearing the public comment regarding this issue. You spoke very eloquently about transportation in the last item. I took the public transportation for 10 years with a small child on my hip and school books on my other hip. I drive now because it's more affordable for me to drive than to take public transportation in the Inland Empire. This issue of crude oil directly relates to the supply and demand issues of why it's more affordable to drive. Because the investment in public transportation, the listening to these comments is not happening. We're not being heard. So if anything, a hearing is called for just so you can hear and really listen. It is not a waste of your time. And if it is, maybe you shouldn't be on this commission.
Alan Hernandez, come to the vacant microphone.
Hello, once again, my name is Elizabeth Ayala. I'm a resident of Riverside, and I'm here in solidarity with Communities for a Better Environment. I 100% agree with my friend here, Marius Valdemar, that the role of this commission is to listen to the community, to involve them in this process. And so I urge you to set a hearing date for the appeal. I understand there will be education process, but I agree that it is your role to involve the community, to listen to the community. Wilmington and the Carson area are disproportionately impacted by a tremendous amount of refineries and production process, and this will create a known risk where there will be more corrosive and explosive crude oils in the vicinity of hundreds and hundreds of families. I am flabbergasted that there are over 14 elementary schools there and that parents are not part of this process. So I understand that there is a process, that there are statements that may or may not be out of our control, but it is the role of this commission or the role of this board to include the community, to make sure that the community is aware of what's happening to their neighborhood, and to also be included in this and advocating for our residents. So once again, take up your responsibility, be active in this process, and do not pass the buck to another entity. Thank you.
Madge Torres, come to the microphone. Your name for the record, please.
Alan Hernandez, Sierra Club, My Generation Campaign. We can get into all the talking points on crude oil and tar sands and everything, but I think at the end of the day, what our community just wants is an opportunity to be heard. We're not here asking for things that you can't deliver. At the end of the day, we're just asking for the governing board to set a hearing to hear the community concerns. We're not even asking you which way to vote. We're just asking at this point to take some time and hear the community out on these issues. These communities where this is proposed have been disproportionately affected by refineries, by plants like this. And so there's a real concern. There are real things going on in these communities. And at the end of the day, we're just asking to have that opportunity to address you, the governing board, on those issues. So thank you.
Joseph Roseland.
Mr. Chairman.
Empty microphone.
Before she speaks, I really want to stay and hear as much of this testimony as I can. I'm the chairman of the Salt and Sea Authority Board meeting, and I have a meeting with the senator and a whole lot of other folks at 3 o'clock in the Coachella Valley. But I can stay for about another hour, but I'm going to have to eat my lunch here. If that's okay, we'll have that brought to me, and I'll continue to listen. I apologize, but I will have to eat.
We should just about get to the end of it.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Patrick Boner at the vacant microphone. Your name for the record, please.
My name is Madge Torres. I'm a member of 350.org. The proposed expansion of the oil processing plant in Carson would increase the amount of dirty crude processed in this urban community because the approval of the expansion would make it more economical to offload larger quantities. Canada would send Los Angeles more and more tar sands because Canada is being denied ways to transport their noxious crude elsewhere. They will use more precious water in our drought-ridden state. Disadvantaged communities frequently bear the brunt of the poisonous and deadly air pollution from additives that must be added to Canadian tar sands and Bakken crude just to move the sluggish mass. Once again, the proposed expansion would disproportionately harm communities of color. Your important decision whether to expand the Phillips 66 refinery must be given the full caution of a complete environmental review, not the certification of negative declaration. I'm asking that you approve CBE's petition to set a hearing date for the appeal of the final negative declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Marquez at the vacant microphone.
Hello, my name is Patrick Bonner, and I live in the city of Southgate, about a 10-minute bike ride from the Alameda corridor. So I'm quite conscious of environmental issues affecting the southern part of Los Angeles County. I'm here to urge support for the request of the Communities for a Better Environment to hold a hearing and to carry out an environmental impact report.
Alfred Corello, come to the vacant microphone.
Jesse Marquez, Coalition for a Safe Environment. We are here in support of CBE's appeal, requesting that there be a public hearing on this matter. We are also here to support CBE's request that the negative deck be rescinded and a full public hearing and a proper EIR be prepared for the project. CEQA also requires that the public exhaust all administrative remedies. CEQA allows the public the right to appeal a non-elected person's or body's decision to an elected body. Absent an electric body, the board is the highest decision-making body that the public can request an appeal. Since AQMD has no adopted policies or procedures to the public to follow, we are then forced to try our best and use what we have traditionally used in other circumstances related. The EIR needs to be prepared for this project because other information has been disclosed after the initial release of the documents, such as they were going to be importing Canadian sands oils. They are going to be importing and using Bakken oils that will also have higher emissions. By building new tanks and larger tanks means that the refinery will be able to operate 24/7 at its maximum capacity, which means every day for 365 days at maximum capacity, which means that there will be additional emissions coming out of that. In addition, since these crude oils are dirtier crude oils, they also have to be cleaned, which means that, cleaning companies have to come in with their solvents and whatever to remove all the residual oils. Then they have to be sent out to be recycled. If it's going to be arriving here waterborne, that means it'll be arriving to the Port of Long Beach or the Port of Los Angeles, which means that ships will be carrying this, whereby ship emissions also have to be included, because CEQA does require that both direct and indirect impacts be assessed. So all these other indirect impact assessments have not been performed for this project. I also want to point out that some of these recycling facilities that do the cleaning are actually located in Carson and in Long Beach. In fact, one of the cleaning companies, Demeton Curdun, is physically here in Carson. And then the other Asbury Environmental Services has over 450 diesel trucks that are part of the process for them doing their cleanups. This is also an affront to the environmental justice policies and a violation of our Title VI rights. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Yana Garcia? At the vacant microphone, please. Yes, sir.
My name is Alfred Carrillo. I am a pastor of a church in the east side of Wilmington, also a resident for 64 years. During my time, as a child, back in the 50s, there's a project going on in around the area, along the Alameda corridor, and also other projects concerning the environment. They say it's getting better. Some of those places were in my backyard. I don't see nothing getting better. I've been pastoring now for 35 years. And along my little experience that I've had, the environment is affecting my congregation and also the members of our church. When someone is sick, as a pastor, I make the visitation. And within these years, there are members of our church and the community facing different diseases. They call me to go pray for them and knowing in my heart that the reason why they're lying there is because the environment. And I encourage the parents, knowing that we are surrounded by refineries, we are surrounded in the area with the ships, also trucking. And within these years that I've been living there, my organization has been trying to get me out of there. But I'm there because I have a deep commitment to the east side of Wilmington. And in my years that I've had living there, which maybe you don't know where it is, we are living in the middle of a dead zone. That's what it's called, a dead zone. Why? It's because the people are suffering. The people are dying. And before I die, I might not even see it in my time, but east side of Wilmington is going to disappear. It's going to be gone. Everything that I want, if I want gas, I go to the east side, or west side, excuse me. That's why the people need to talk. That's why the people need to present themselves. We're just talking about numbers and letters. That's all we're talking about here. But let's look at the people. Listen to them. Listen to them. All they want to do is continue to do the silver dollar while the people are dying. That's all I have to say. And thank you for having the patience to listen to this guy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Matter of fact, they were saying that we're wasting our time. No, I was sitting there and I have 5 sermons to give already.
Oh, my gosh.
Pass the plate.
Aaron Steva, come to the vacant microphone. Your name for the record, please.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. Chairman, my name is Yana Garcia. I'm an attorney with Communities for a Better Environment, and I am here before you today to represent our members who reside in Wilmington, many of whom you've heard from and some of whom you will continue to hear from. If I could just clarify 2 initial points based on staff's presentation and based on the discussion that was held earlier among the governing board members. First, with regard to these permits having been issued, or the permits having been issued for this project, the governing board always has the authority to rescind project permits that have been approved or that have already been issued. That is not a question that's at issue here. And second, with regard to Regulation 12, CBE has included Regulation 12 and District Rule 1201 as a basis for this board's discretion to hold a hearing on this matter in an abundance of caution. The source of this board's authority to hear an appeal of the executive officer's CEQA determination is found in the California Code of Regulations. If the governing board should find that it has discretion elsewhere in its existing rules, we would urge the board to exercise that discretion, but the ultimate authority to do that is found in the CEQA guidelines in the California Code of Regulations. We wouldn't dispute the relative absence of a process by which an appeal such as this would be heard. We simply ask that you look in your existing authority and the existing rules and regulations to find the discretion to hold a hearing on our appeal. As you know, with regard to rulemaking, rule amendment processes, attainment plans, project and permit approvals, CBE works very hard to represent the interests of our members who are residents of environmental justice communities, overburdened communities that experience a disproportionate impact from the region's air pollution burdens. We thank the district staff and appreciate their efforts to regard our input, to incorporate such input and allow us to participate in many other contexts. Unfortunately, we're before you here today because the approval of the Phillips 66 Carson crude oil storage capacity project has been made in error and has been made without the appropriate processes by which our members' inputs can be heard. And for the past 2 years, CBE and its members, particularly those who reside in fence line refinery communities, have been before this board and have met with board members, have met with staff regarding our concerns with the increased transport, storage, and refining of tar sands and Bakken crudes in the South Coast Basin. In 2013, this governing board did commit to have the staff conduct a health investigation into the impacts, the increased air emissions and potential impacts from refining these crudes in the South Coast Basin refineries. Without having conducted such an investigation, however, and in the face of clear, publicly available evidence pointing to their increased presence in California, staff has approved a project that explicitly involves the receipt and storage of these crudes in Carson. Now, while we are not here to dispute the merits of the appeal of this decision at this governing board meeting, I do want to emphasize the importance of this decision in light of the district's commitments to protect and improve the quality of air in the region and to specifically provide inclusion for communities, for environmental justice communities who are already disproportionately burdened within the region. I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would Joe Galliani come to the microphone? Your name for the record, please.
I'm Erin Steva with Community Health Councils. CHC is a community-based health policy organization, and we're here today to support CBE's request for a hearing date for the appeal. I can't speak to the procedural process issues, but we know that holding a hearing is necessary to fully understand the proposal's impacts. You can only fully understand the proposal if you hear from impacted residents. We also feel that a hearing is necessary to fulfill AQMD's stated commitment to environmental justice and providing residents with access to the decision-making process. The community in this case should have been meaningfully involved throughout the entire process, and in a hearing is a chance to rectify this. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Alicia Rivera come to the vacant microphone?
Good morning. My name is Joe Galliani. I am the organizer of the South Bay 350 Climate Action Group. I'm also a founding member of the South Bay Bicycle Coalition, and I am the chair of the South Bay Clean Power Working Group. You know, I'm disappointed in you, Mr. Chairman, because you told us that if you were lucky, there would be very few of us speaking. And then you told us that we were wasting our time. And then you characterized us as people who have nothing to do.
I said I had nothing to do.
No, why don't you rewind the tape and listen to it?
You can't tell me what I said.
I can tell you what I heard, sir.
Hey,
I can tell you what I heard, sir.
Then you can tell me what you heard. But I
That's
know
what I
said.
heard, sir.
I know what I said. Now, I don't want to get a screaming match with you.
I don't either, sir.
So,
because I'd like to talk about process, sir.
Well, then talk about process.
Okay.
Don't talk about what I said.
I think I'll talk about what I want to talk about, sir.
For 3 minutes,
I'd like
you
to
can
talk about
anything you
well,
want to talk about.
I'd like to have 3 minutes if you weren't over-talking me.
You're the one who engaged me in conversation.
I am engaging you in conversation, sir, because you clearly do not want to hear from the public. I'm here to ask you to listen to the public, because they're not people with nothing to do. They're patriots. These are the people that stand up and take time off from work to come here to ask you to have some sense of urgency about the work you do. I don't know if you read the paper. I do. Here's the LA Times. They told us that heat has hit a new high. I know that CO2 levels in the atmosphere are at 400. I know that our carbon budget, which says we have about 500 more gigatons of carbon to burn before we hit the 2-degree global warming that nobody wants us to hit, I know we have about 15 years before we hit that. I also know that our friends in the oil, coal, and gas industry have 2,795 gigatons that they'd like to burn. And so I ask you, if it's wrong to wreck the climate, isn't it wrong to profit from it? And if it's wrong to do those things, isn't it wrong of you to sit there and engage in conversation while the public takes time out to come here and speak to you and ask you to be our voice of the people? I'm sorry that you think you're lucky when there are only 2 cards and you only have to listen to 2 of us. And perhaps because you are retired, maybe you're tired of listening to us. Well, you know what? I live 6 miles from this facility. I live in Torrance. And where I live, I'm within 12 miles of some of the largest sources of air pollution on the planet. The Port of LA, the Port of Long Beach. I've got the ExxonMobil refinery in my town. I've got El Segundo's Chevron refinery. We've got Wilmington's refinery. So the question is, how much carbon are you willing to shove down our throats while we're at the tipping point? That's what I'd like you to think about. You can have the rest of my time, and maybe you'd like to have a chat with somebody up there.
Ashley Hernandez, come to the vacant microphone. Your name for the record, please.
My name is Alicia Rivera. I'm with Communities for a Better Environment. I'm an organizer in Wilmington, and there are several residents here who have come from Wilmington. Even though we know that most of the times we come here, and whatever we say, we have no substance for you, we still have hope, and we still come. I rented a van today, a 15-passenger van, so that I could bring them. I just lost 3 of them who needs to pick up kids, and who knows how I found a ride for them to go back so that we can stay and talk to you. You just said that it doesn't matter what we tell you. It won't matter. It won't change anything. But we still want to speak to you, because I see people with asthma. I see people with cancer. I see people exposed to all these flares that we've been calling you lately. There will be so much more of the flaring. And this person tell me, my son cannot go to school today because he has asthma. They can take a picture of the refinery flare from their window. Who would like to have such a view from a window? We know and we hope that you would reconsider what you have decided to do, what the staff have decided to do. I have respect for all of you. I just hope that you give us a chance. You can, no matter what the law says, you can go back, and I appreciate you. I know you've done your work, but we believe that it wasn't appropriate enough. We want to believe that what we say matters, and that you have public hearings so that we can express, at least to know what you have permitted so close to our homes and our work. We don't know anything. If it wasn't for my organization, these people here would not know anything. Just the project is coming. How can you say that there will be no impact? How can you say that the only reason why you approve this negative declaration is because it's gonna speed up offloading the crude? Is that a good reason to protect public health? It's not, and you know it in your heart. And it doesn't matter what the rule says. Of course we're gonna go to court. But I want you to know, you're sitting right there and we trust you. We believe that you have the power to protect the health. You're gonna have an EJ conference in a couple of weeks. You say that you wanna talk to the neighbors about environmental justice. Do you want us to come? We will come. We wanna come to that conference. What do you think we're gonna be saying to you there? Come on, give us the chance to hear our public appeal or appeal. Give us a chance. How can you come to Wilmington and tell the community residents on your workshop that we should call you and report the flaring, that we should call you and report things? How can we trust you when we feel stabbed on the back with this decision? How can you say it has no significant impact? That is so disrespectful. That is so disconsiderate. That is almost immoral. Please, you can reverse this no matter what the law says. Thank you.
Rube Ramirez at the vacant microphone.
My name is Ashley Hernandez. I am a community member from Wilmington and also a community organizer with Communities for a Better Environment. I stand here shaking because I am livid of everything that I had to witness today. I'm sure a lot of you guys are dealing with your own feelings, feeling hungry, tired, and a migraine. Believe me, living in Wilmington, this is something that we experience in the daily due to our environment, not because it's our job. So I'm here standing after hearing that yeah, no, definitely. If I had a life that I could do whatever I would be doing, I'd probably be gardening in Wilmington, but we don't have open spaces. We don't have community gardens. And if we do, they're not necessarily open to the public. So it's really frustrating and disrespectful, yes. When I drove here over 45 minutes, even got lost to make sure that we're getting heard. And the most sympathy I've heard come out of here today is towards the board. A very privileged group that doesn't live in Wilmington, nothing happens to you guys because of it. And so I don't understand where that sympathy is going. It's very frustrating that we have been hearing about 50 people dying in communities of color, in communities that are put and subjected into these environmental racism conditions. And those people aren't invisible, those people are me. Those people are people like me that took time off to come out here and meet with you guys and talk to you guys, not to be dismissed and diminished. It is very, 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 it really just gets me livid thinking about the amount of things that are going on in the community. Only one person, which was Joseph, voted for the PM2 rule, and that was the only person, that's the only person I could say I agreed with one vote today. Aside from that, I just wanna remind you guys that in spite of all the good that somebody mentioned and talked about when these decisions are being made, remember that in spite of that good, there's always bad. And those nails that are gonna be pushed down onto those coffins are gonna be all courtesy of you guys as well because of these decisions, because they're impacting my residents, they're impacting my future kids, they're impacting my parents, my family, and that is wrong. Because if I were to go to any of your communities, any of your respective communities, and ask you guys to let me do that to your kids' schools, you guys would see me as a threat and as a terrorist. And for me to be here, that is exactly what I'm saying right now, that having these projects, having Phillips act like they're a community member, having Phillips act like they are part of us is not the truth. And you guys need to make sure you guys do the right thing and give us an environmental impact report and a public process for our community. We deserve better than that.
Jason Martinez at the vacant microphone. Teresa Flores at the other vacant microphone. Your name for the record?
Good afternoon. I've already introduced myself as Jason Martinez, part of Sierra Club. There's so many points I can make on what's going on right now. And as you can tell, the citizens and everybody's really mad. I'm vivid myself. You can do something about this. This board is, sorry, I'm actually really mad. This board has checks and balances with the executive office. You have a voice. We have a voice and we have the right to say what we want. Things are going on and this pollution is getting in the air. And to have a company like that to bring all that oil into Wilmington and Carson. You know, about a few months ago, I went to the Lakota Nation against the Keystone XL pipeline. This is California. That's South Dakota. Do I really have to go over there? I did. Not because not because it affects me from over here, but because I'm in solidarity with the people there. And just like I'm here coming in today, I'm in solidarity with the people of Wilmington and Carson, because what's going on is unjust. Because people are breathing air that shouldn't be breathed. And I've learned that the issues that they've been bringing up have been brought up before in the past as well. And it's sad. It's sad that we still talking about it. Just because we haven't had a hearing yet doesn't mean we can't start now. And I think one thing that a lot of people haven't even mentioned is that they have been asking for a hearing with these people for a long time, and it hasn't happened. I learned that you guys have an environmental justice policy to make sure that the people have the right in the decision-making process. The purpose of SCAQMD's environmental justice program is to ensure that everyone has the right to equal protection from air pollution and fair access to the decision-making process that works to improve the quality of air within their communities. This is from y'all. This is our right. The hearing needs to happen, especially because they're not letting their voices be heard. So please, let their voices be heard. You guys do have a voice. Please listen to us now.
Maria Ramos. Este vacant microphone.
¿Empiezo?
Sí.
Okay.
I will be translating for her.
Mi nombre es Teresa Flores.
My name is Teresa Flores.
Soy residente de Wilmington
I am a Wilmington resident,
y vengo a apoyar a la organización CBE
and I'm here to support CBE
para que ustedes escuchen la apelación.
so that you can listen to CBE's appeal.
Es lo correcto permitirnos la oportunidad de poder participar.
It's the right thing to do to allow us to be able to participate in the public process.
¿Cómo nos afectará ese proyecto?
We would like to be able to opine on how this project will affect us.
Escuchen la apelación de CBE.
Listen to the CBE appeal.
Porque tengo mis nietos
because I have grandchildren
con asma
with asthma
y han tenido muchos problemas ellos en su
and they
check.
experience a lot of health problems because of the asthma.
Yo solo les pido por favor que nos escuchen.
I'm here to ask you to listen to us.
Y puedan hacer lo que ustedes crean conveniente para toda nuestra comunidad.
And hopefully you'll be able to take good decisions that protect our community.
Es todo, gracias.
That's all. Thank you. And I will translate.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Excuse me. Would Raquel Rios come to the vacant microphone?
Okay.
Okay. Espérese ahí, por favor.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es María Ramos.
My name is Maria Ramos. Good morning.
Yo vivo en Wilmington
I live
hace
in Wilmington.
más de 50 años.
For more than 50 years, I live there.
Siempre hemos luchado desde que yo llegué aquí a Wilmington por tener un aire más limpio y tener una vida mejor.
I have always been involved in trying to get a better air quality since I arrived in Wilmington.
Pero desafortunadamente no lo hemos logrado.
But
Cada día,
unfortunately, we have not achieved that goal of better air quality.
cada día sale algo nuevo de otra
Each
compañía.
day, there is another project from another company, from another corporation nearby.
Yo vivo cerca de la
I
refinería.
live very close to Phillips 66.
66. Estoy aquí para pedirles que escuchen la apelación de CBE.
I am here to ask you to listen to CBE's appeal.
Este proyecto debería de haber tenido audiencia pública
This project should have had public process.
y se había de haber hecho un estudio ambiental para
And they
saber
should have been done an environmental study
cómo nos afectaría tener petróleo almacenado
to
cerca de
have an
nuestros
idea
hogares.
how would having dirty crude stored near us, how would that affect us?
No solamente es eso, nosotros estamos rodeados
We are surrounded
de tantas
by
refinerías,
so many refineries,
del puerto, de
by
los
the
troques,
port, by the
del
trucks,
tren.
by the traffic,
Y
by
es
the train.
demasiado para una ciudad
That
tan
is
pequeña.
too much for a small city such as Wilmington.
Creo que deberían de tener una poquita de
I
consideración.
would like to see a little bit of consideration from your part.
Ya no pido por nosotros los ancianos, por nosotros los
I don't
viejos.
ask for anything for myself at my age, but for the new generation's protection.
Por nuestros niños, que son el futuro de este país.
For our children who are the future of this country.
Y en ello va la vida y la salud de nuestros niños.
And if these projects, there goes the health of our children.
Yo tengo un hijo
I have a son
que vive con el oxígeno de día y de noche.
who is attached to the oxygen machine 24 hours a day.
Aún para bañarse tiene que entrar al baño
Even
con
when
el
he
tanque del
takes a bath,
oxígeno.
he has to go into the bath with
Entonces,
the machine, oxygen machine.
no creo que es justo
I don't
que
think
sigan
it's fair
poniendo más
that you
contaminación en
continue
nuestra
to give
ciudad.
us more projects and more issues that are going to affect us even more.
Por favor, en sus manos, que son ustedes la autoridad, dejamos esta responsabilidad.
We put this responsibility on your hands as the authority that you are.
Tal vez no escuchen nuestras quejas,
Maybe you will not listen to us,
pero mi deber y mi obligación
but my
como ciudadana
duty
de
as a
Wilmington
citizen of Wilmington
es decir
is
lo
to
que
come
no
and tell
estoy
you
de
what I
acuerdo
don't
y lo
agree
que
with
nos está
and what is
afectando.
affecting us.
Yo sé que ustedes están
I know
cansados
you are tired
y aburridos porque
and
la
you're
cara,
bored
la
because I
cara,
can see it in your
la cara lo
faces.
dice todo.
Yeah, I can see
Pero
it, I can read
esperamos
it.
que
But we
tengan,
hope
que tengan un poquito de
that you
consideración
have
por
some
nosotros los
consideration
residentes
for us, the
de
residents
Wilmington,
of Wilmington.
que merecemos que tengan
We-
consideración por nosotros.
We deserve that you have consideration for
Mis
us.
respetos
very
para
much.
cada uno de ustedes.
And I have respect
Thank you
for
very
each
much for
one
your
of you.
testimony. Would Victoria Bowman Rivera come to the vacant microphone?
Victor? Bowman.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Raquel.
My name is Raquel.
Yo vivo en
I
Wilmington.
live in Wilmington.
Mi motivo de estar aquí es porque yo quiero apoyar la apelación de CBA.
The reason why I'm here today is to support the appeal by CBE.
Yo tengo muchas ganas y quisiera decirles a ustedes que por favor paren el proyecto de Pili 66 que han
I
aprobado.
have a lot of things that I could tell you, but today I just want to tell you to stop the approval of Phillips 66 storage tank.
Nosotros, los ciudadanos de Wilmington, jamás habíamos nosotros estar enterado en eso que ustedes aprobaron.
We, as Wilmington residents, have not been aware about this project.
Yo pienso que si toda la comunidad de Wilmington haya estado de acuerdo o se le haya informado antes acerca de lo que ustedes iban a hacer,
I
yo
am
pienso
certain that if Wilmington residents would have been aware, they would have been up and armed and tried to stop this decision you have taken.
yo pienso que muchas personas no hayan estado de acuerdo.
I don't believe anyone would have been in agreement with your decision that you took to approve Phillips 66.
Y yo pienso que ustedes como una organización, antes de realizar cualquier proyecto,
We believe that you as an entity should, before approving any project,
deben de hacer campañas,
that you should notify people,
deben de informar a la comunidad
inform the community,
por televisión,
and by TV as well,
por el periódico,
by the media,
para que nosotros todas sepamos lo que está pasando.
so that we know what is happening.
Yo tengo un hijo en la escuela de la Beni.
I have a child, a student at Banning.
Mi hijo, estoy triste porque ya últimamente está en unos días que no va a la escuela.
I am sad because he's missing school so much.
Porque tiene muchas alergias en su cuerpo.
Because he's suffering from a lot of allergies.
Y me he dado cuenta y he pensado que es a causa de las refinerías.
And I know that comes as effects of what the refinery emissions are.
Porque el doctor cuando lo checó me dijo, fíjese bien a dónde va el niño a jugar, acerca de dónde va el niño a jugar.
Told me that to check, to figure out where my child is playing
Y mi niño
when he goes to school.
Y mi niño era cuando más, era la alergia cuando se acercaba en un parque nuevo que hicieron cerca de la refinería.
And I noticed that he got the most allergies when he played at a park that is the closest to the refineries.
Entonces yo le dije al doctor que era cuando él más se acercaba ahí y él me recomendó que no lo dejara ir a ese
So I
parque.
told the doctor that I noticed that the allergies got worse, and the doctor told me to not let him play there.
Entonces yo pienso que yo y muchas personas estamos en ese problema que tenemos.
And that I'm not the only one suffering with those type of health issues with their children.
Yo pienso que ustedes
Ya tiene que terminar.
deben de aprobar y escuchar la apelación de
I
CBS.
think you should listen to CB's appeal.
Con mucho respeto, yo me despido y muchas gracias.
With all due
Your-
respect,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you
your
very
time
much.
is up. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Dr. Timothy Murphy, come to the vacant microphone.
Thanks. Thank you for listening today.
State your name.
My name is Victor Bowman Rivera. Not much that can be done, I guess, in terms of action today, but like I think it was Lou said, that maybe there's some sort of groups or committees or ways of putting stuff forward so that the community maybe can be served a little more in the future. Any kinds of exploratory committees that can go into these kinds of communities would be unbelievably appreciated. I know they're some of the most disenfranchised communities. Often they don't make much socioeconomic, they don't have as much bearing as others at times, but sometimes these people get the worst of the environmental impacts of these kinds of choices. And collectively, as a society, we've been passing on the environmental issues to the next groups a lot of times. That's why we're in the issues we are in today, just to keep business going as usual. I know people who are aware of the issues and trying to change, and I thank you for your consideration, your deeper and deeper consideration, and reaching for greater and greater inspiration in these moments, because year to year, the environment keeps getting worse. And we all need to draw upon our collective inspiration to try to stop getting mired in procedural hair splitting and try to pull together, because all our children are involved in this in the next years and generations to come. So whatever you can do every day is unbelievably appreciated for the generations to come. And I thank you for the time and for opening these
I'm
kinds
sorry,
of...
did you state your name for the record? I didn't missed it.
Victor Bowman Rivera.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Would Patricia How about, do we have a Patricia?
Starts with a C. Huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was too small for me to read.
Are you a doctor?
A doctor?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you-
write like one.
I just write like one.
You state your name for the record, please.
Timothy Murphy. I'm the executive director of Progressive Christians Uniting, a network of individuals and congregations in Southern California. I'm speaking here today to encourage you to set a hearing date for the appeal of the Phillips 66 project as requested by our friends at Communities for a Better Environment. As others have already indicated, there needs to be a public hearing for this project. It's our responsibility to ensure that everyone has the right to equal protection from air pollution and access to the decision-making process. And it's my opinion that any procedural argument that attempts to deny legitimacy to the voice of directly affected populations inappropriately subverts their essential role to speak on decisions that will impact their lives. This board needs to hear their voices. And from a Christian perspective, from which I speak, what we do will be judged by how it affects vulnerable populations: children, the sick, the elderly, and the poor. The voices of frontline communities, which you've heard a little bit of from today, can be for all of us an instance of divine revelation to shed light on a project that tries to cover itself in darkness. Let their voices be heard through a public hearing. Let that light shine. Progressive Christians Uniting strongly supports CBE's appeal and hopes you will as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Would Julia Scoville come to the vacant microphone?
My name is Patricia Cañedo, and I am a resident of Wilmington. I live just a couple of blocks away from all the different refineries that are there, surrounded by the different trucking companies, surrounded by the trains, the cement companies, recycling centers, and this is just Wilmington, which is 9 miles, square feet, square feet miles. Anyways, I look out my window and all I see is containers. I see the flares going up. I smell the terrible smell that comes from the refineries. I do call AQMD. I get these ridiculous response back that make me really angry. Sometimes the inspectors come out and talk to us, and you know what? Honestly, I don't believe it. Unless you are in that refinery looking at exactly what's going on, you're just believing what they're telling you, and then you're just feeding that to us. And I don't believe it's the truth. I believe that you guys just hear what they tell you, you come and tell us, and then that's that. And you know what? Those flares keep going up, the smells keep going on, and nothing gets done. They are not accountable. They're not fined for anything that they do. It's like they get a little smack on the hand if they do. I don't know. I've never heard of anything of them being fined for. It just makes us angry because we live there. I don't think you can understand or comprehend what we feel because you don't live there. You don't live in that little community of Wilmington. You don't get up with this every day. You don't go to bed hearing the noise of the trains going by every which way, of the refineries blowing off their flares all through the night, and they're very sneaky about it. I don't care what Phillips 66 says. They're lying. They have their own agenda. They care about money. They don't care about us. It's just people. Who are they? Well, we don't know. Who are our kids? They don't know. They don't care. It's the mighty all dollar that talks. And you know how that makes me feel? Like I'm a nobody. Like I'm nothing on this earth. I contribute to this country. I work at the docks. And you know what? I come home every day and I tell my mom, my head hurts me. Why? Because of all that smog that's released by all those trains around me, by the little UTRs that we're driving. That's pathetic that our country in this day and age can get away with all this. And then we talk about other countries like Mexico and China. We're doing the same thing, except we're very sneaky about it. At least they break the rules, because their government is corrupt. But we're very sneaky about how we do our stuff. Money talks. Money talks. Our government, I'm sorry. I am very disappointed in our government. But you know what? As people, all we have is a voice to talk, to voice our opinion, and to tell you how we feel. Everything is in your hands. We can only come to you. You are our voice for us. And if you don't speak up for us, then who will?
Don't go away. What's a UTR?
A UTR are those little trucks that pull the containers that either are loading the ship.
It's like a mule, right?
I've never known them as mules. I know them as UTRs, but I drive those UTRs.
It's really interesting what you said. There's a couple of things, and I can't hold this up because we still have a lot of testimony. But I happen to agree with you that we don't know what's going on in there the way we should. I agree with you on that. But on the other side of the coin, when you say you don't know if they've ever been fined, outside of an oil spill, we fined them $110 million at one time, which is the largest fine in the history of the United States for that kind of fine. But I agree with you on the other thing. Because by the time our inspectors get there, they're either through, or it's the middle of the night, or it's on the other side of the plant, and they make you go in the other gate. So what we're trying to do to work that out is that Dr. Wallerstein is working on what we call a remote sensing system, which is wireless, so that we put it all the way around the plant, 24/7. And if there's any kind of admission, the bell goes off here. It doesn't go off at your house. In that way, that's one of the things that I want to do. I've only got a couple more years left here, but I really want to get that done before I leave, because I think that could be my greatest contribution to the community, because that takes all the guff out of it. Because you know at that moment, it's not like the next day, it's not like an hour later. It's not like somebody called up here and got the automated system and had to find the inspector. We will know instantaneously when there's a violation.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. We hear the alarms going off in the middle of the night. How do you think we feel? Our hearts are pounding because we feel there's going to be an
If you were here
explosion.
at the beginning of the meeting, former councilwoman from Los Angeles, former board member, she has a friend who lives in Wilmington. The lady called her. It was the middle of the night when she called her. And she called the district. So I know what you're saying has merit. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Curtis Coleman.
And Chairman, a UTR is the U-shaped vehicle that lifts up a container underneath it and stacks it.
I'm sorry, Jesse, I didn't hear you.
It is the vehicle that's U-shaped that picks up a container underneath it and then drives over and stacks them.
Really? Your name, ma'am?
My
for the
name is
record?
Julia Scoville, and I live in San Pedro. I have been fighting for clean air for the last 30 years and will continue to do so as long as I'm alive. I have witnessed some of the tragic aspects of dirty air. I've worked in a hospital as a nurse for over 40 years, and I have witnessed some of the horrible consequences. And so I myself personally was told a year ago that I have asthma, which was a surprise. But let me tell you, it can be quite frightening because it's so sudden, and it can be fatal within a few minutes. And I would urge you, in whatever capacity you serve, to listen to the community, the people that live in these areas that are so polluted have no other choice. And we hope you have a better understanding of what goes on. Thank you.
No, thank you for your testimony. David Manakawa, was I close? David, are you here? Leave. Okay, then Harvey Ettinger will come to the vacant microphone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Kurt Coleman. For a change, I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I guess a little bit on behalf of the district staff. As some of you may know, and probably most of you don't know, I started my career in air pollution with the South Coast Air Quality Management District in 1977 as assistant district counsel, and was named chief counsel in 1980 and served in that capacity until I left to go into private practice in 1990. I was here when we drafted Regulation 12. Jack Whitsett was the district counsel, and I helped him draft it. And I can say that Kurt Weiss is precisely correct when he indicated that that was designed to allow the governing board to take up a pending application and make a determination on it, take it out of the hands of the executive officer and make a decision on it itself. It was not meant to be an after the permit is issued appeal mechanism. I think one of the sort of geniuses of the people who set up the air pollution control regime in California was that they kind of mirrored the federal system. If you have a legislative branch, an executive branch, and you have a judicial branch. So there is an appeal mechanism for permits, and that's the hearing board. The district governing board adopts the rules by which the executive officer and the staff implements the programs. And under Health and Safety Code section, I wrote it down here, 42300 subsection A, the air pollution control officer, in this case the executive officer, is the one authorized to issue permits. So unless the governing board, because of a petition for an appeal while an application is still pending, takes that application for a permit out of the hands of the executive officer. The executive officer and the staff have the full plenary authority to issue the permit, and if there are appeals, it should go to the hearing board. And on CEQA matters, as you've previously heard, it generally would go directly to the court. Thank you.
Mr. Edinger?
Good afternoon, board members and audience. I'm Harvey Eder, speaking for myself and for the Public Solar Power Coalition. I believe it was 3 years ago when there was licensing proposal for a power plant that was called Playa del Rey, but I believe it was located in El Segundo, natural gas power plant. We came to you folks and asked for a public hearing on that, and that solar should be used as best available control technology, best available retrofit control technology, federal RACT, reasonably available control technology. We lacked the funds that the district required at that time to have the hearing, and there was no hearing, and the plant has gone on. This past summer, did pretty much the same thing with Redondo Beach and their power plant that is moving along, trying to see if there are solar renewable alternatives that could be substituted for the power plants. So this request for a hearing, although it's a different level, a different issue, something that really strikes home on our reclaim comments that you're continuing, and I have basic problems with the concept of reclaim and voluntary actions, and tend to fall back after for 30 years I've been coming before you, and you used to have command and control, and then we've got reclaim, we've got all this voluntary stuff, and I don't think it really works, and I've heard some concern of this when I talked to the staff at Region 9 in San Francisco. If solar renewables could take what the emissions that they're setting right now and just cut them in half and meet them, and no other technology can, then let that be. Let the marketplace take place. We should have tougher regulations, and solar is going to be able to meet them, and that's the way it has to be. And in terms of you folks being able, that this ultimately is going to go to litigation, which, you know, I'm involved with you both at state and federal litigation currently. If you folks don't want to take it to litigation, it doesn't have to go. It takes two sides to tangle. And when I filed my case in the 2012 board that should be a solar conversion plan, I was initially asked if we wanted to talk about settlement, and at the time I neglected to do so, but would look at things a little differently now. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Olin Ken and Haran Martinez at the two microphones.
Good afternoon. Olin King, American Indian Movement, Security Director of Southern California. So Alberta, Canada, North and South Dakota, Arizona, Texas, now Southern California. What these places all have in common, tar sands, the rape and the abuse of Mother Earth at the expense of the health of the inhabitants, the people. These places just happen to be highly concentrated in indigenous people, brown, native people. You might call us Indians. What these places also have in common is organizing and resistance on a grassroots level, on a national level. We're not just talking about people, like you said, Chair, with no lives. We have nothing better to do than come in and annoy you and bore your colleagues to, to fall asleep, to look down and play with their fingers, twiddle their thumbs, and completely ignore and disrespect the public. No, these are our lives that we're talking about. And we're not going to sit idle by while you are placed in the pockets of big oil, while you take yourself out of an agenda because you've accepted donations in the past from big oil, or because you are just so far removed from the struggle of the common person that you are void of any kind of sentiment of, basic human dignity. You can't identify with the people. So then the people, it is upon us now to speak for ourselves, to maybe go over your heads, to rally. If we can't do it with due process, then we'll go to the streets. We will resist. And that is in no way a threat. That's a promise. We will defend our lives. We will defend our right to peace and dignity and that pursuit of happiness. Respect existence or expect resistance. And that is what the American Indian Movement has to say. And we are in solidarity with all of these orgs, Community for Better Environment, Sierra Club. We are the people, we are humanity come together. That's all I have to say.
Luz and Jocelyn Thompson.
Is that Luz Solechi? Is that you, Luz?
Yes.
Just state your name for the record.
You guys need a translator too, huh?
Yeah, we
To
do.
read the name.
Mi nombre
We used to have one. I can't figure out what happened to that.
Mi nombre es Luz Olache.
My name is Luz Olache.
Venimos de Wilmington
I'm with the group from Wilmington.
y estamos aquí para que ustedes escuchen la petición de
And we have come here
CBE
to ask you to listen to CVE's appeal
y pongan una fecha en el futuro
and to set up a hearing date in the future
donde nosotros que vivimos cerca de las refinadoras
where
podamos,
we, the people living near these refineries and this project,
podamos expresar cómo nos afecta este nuevo proyecto
so that we can express our opinion of how and let you know how we believe this project will affect us,
de Felix 66.
the project of Philly 66.
Me he dado cuenta de esa terrible decisión que ustedes han tomado de aprobar el proyecto de Philly 66.
I became aware about the terrible decision that you took to approve the permit for Felix 66
sin avisarnos nada a la comunidad.
without giving the community a chance to hear or to participate.
Ese tanque puede ser muy peligroso
That storage tank can be really dangerous
porque nosotros vivimos cerca.
because we are so close to it.
Escuchen la apelación de CBE, Philly
Listen,
66.
listen to the application, the appeal by CVE on Phillips 66.
Tengo una nieta que se va a graduar de Benin este año y como está
My granddaughter is about to graduate from Benin High School.
y como está tan malita de alergias, asma,
She
tos,
really suffers from allergies and
bronquitis,
bronchitis.
le da mucho trabajo que la acepten en las universidades
It's very difficult for her to do well at school
por tanta falta que tiene en la escuela
because she has missed school so many times
a causa de esta enfermedad.
because of the allergies and the problems with the pollution.
Gracias.
Thank you.
There's one other person's card who I didn't have. Please, I'm sorry. I didn't, I'm sure you filled it out, but we lost it. We lost it, yeah. But she wants to go last, so we'll let you go now. Would you please state your name for the record?
Okay. My name is Haley Pennon, and I'm a certified law student with the Environmental Law Clinic at UCI, here on behalf of Communities for a Better Environment. I wanted to start off by directly addressing the board's concerns with respect to the pending litigation. We respectfully disagree with the assertion that this is just going to go to court, so what happens today doesn't matter. The board has the authority and the discretion to decide today to rescind the permit and to order an EIR, which would solve the issue here and would make the court proceeding irrelevant. Regulation 12 grants you the ability to review permits. The plain language of it does. And under California statute, as the highest elected decision-making body, you are the body with the authority to hear an appeal of a CEQA decision. Furthermore, this is a time-sensitive issue, and if you take your discretion to decide today, you can save all parties involved a lot of time and money by ordering an environmental impact report, which which is what we are requesting. And the review of this project is necessary to understanding all the effects that all of the community members have described to you today, and the impact that's going to happen because of this project. And thus, we ask you to use your discretion to rescind the negative declaration and order an EIR, and if nothing else, grant us an appeal so that we can argue our case to you. Thank you.
I got a question for you. I don't know what a certified law student is. What is that? I never heard of that before.
Well, I'm a law student, but we are certified by the State Bar to be involved with proceedings and legal matters.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Never heard of it before.
Would you
Am I
state
on?
your name for the record?
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Jocelyn Thompson with Alston and Bird, and I'm here today representing Phillips 66, the project proponent. We support the position of the executive officer and urge you to take the actions that are in the executive officer recommendation. I appreciate your patience this morning and this afternoon in listening to everyone who came here today to speak. I respect the passions that have been expressed and that prompted Board Member Liu to suggest two things. One was development of some guidelines or guidance or map or if you will, to explain to the public how to navigate the Air District proceedings. I wholeheartedly support that. And to whatever extent I can help that process along, I'm willing to do so, having practiced air quality matters here in South Coast for 30 years. The second suggestion was hearings on crude issues, and I'm not surprised that the Air District would want to be part of what is now a national debate on some of those issues. But those issues are not connected to this project. There have been many things stated today that are not grounded in the facts of this project. And there's not enough time for me this afternoon in 3 minutes to correct them all. But I can assure you that the comments today, aside from the procedural issues, all of the comments on substance today echo what has been already raised in the more than 2 years that that your staff has reviewed this proposal, analyzed it in a CEQA document, and considered what decision to make and what conditions to impose upon the project. So the comments have been responded to in the final negative declaration, in the board letter, and are supported by evidence in the record. I am confident that the executive officer has properly reviewed the project. I recognize that the commenters today have expressed a different view, but this governing board is not the arbiter of that particular disagreement. CBE has already filed a lawsuit against the district, putting these issues before the court, and at this juncture, there's no basis for your board to take up review of this matter. You've already heard from the executive officer with respect to Regulation 12 petitions, and notwithstanding some of the comments today, that is something that is only available for applications and not permits once the decisions are rendered. That comes from state law, Health and Safety Code, I believe it's 40509, and it is not something that this board can undo itself. It has no discretion to rewrite state law. It also has no discretion to rescind a permit. That power is in the hands of the hearing board. And one of the reasons Reg 12 is designed the way that it is so that you don't have situation where you have parallel proceedings in both the hearing board and the governing board at the same time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do I have any comments from my colleagues?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the testimony and the passion demonstrated by all of the, many of the people, nearly all of the people who spoke today. As Mr. Nelson mentioned earlier, passions are a valuable part of our democracy, but the rule of law is also a part of that, and I think it's pretty clear that while they may disagree with where our recommendation is going, they'll have that day in court, and that's where the final arbitration will be taken. I make that statement only because I'm going to move approval, and I would hope that we could get a second call the question, because I am already well behind schedule, and I'm going to have to leave shortly. So I move approval.
You have a second. Discussion, Dr. Liu?
I would like to know if the motion includes the recommendations I made earlier, and then I would ask for that clarification. Also ask for clarification from perhaps district council on whether they agree with the last commenter that we do not have the authority, that authority rests with the hearing board to.
Kurt's already said that we don't.
Well, I would like to get clarification from council that the governing board does not have the authority to review licensing decisions by the executive officer, that authority rests solely with the hearing board.
That's correct.
And with regard to the first part of that, I would agree with both of those motions. I think it would be a good idea to have a succinct summary of what the process is for public input on all the various pieces of what we do here. And I also think it'd be interesting to have a hearing. It's an interesting second discussion about, does this quality of oil have a different impact once it's refined and used in our society or not? But that's not what's before us today for discussion.
Right. And Supervisor Benoit, I just wanted everyone to be clear, when you said you moved approval, that was of the staff recommendation.
Of the staff recommendation with the two amendments proposed by Mr. Liu, Dr. Liu.
I'll second that again.
I just have one question. I think it's a two-pronged question. How did we get here today with all these people not having a hearing on a project as important as this? How could they come here and say that we didn't go into the community and listen to them there before any kind of decision was made? I'm not saying I agree or disagree with the decision. I happen to disagree with the decision. But it's beyond me.
Dr. Burke, this project went through the normal noticing process.
Well, then there's something wrong then there's something wrong. I got a right to say something. There's something wrong with the problem because in a project this large, it would seem to me you want public input, and I know we've listened to a lot of input, but I think that they had a real. It's not germane to what we're considering today. I understand that, but tangentially, they had a real, legitimate beef with not having a public hearing on this in their community.
Many of these people that testified so passionately today and appropriately were here with CBE as the organizer, and the groups signed joint letters and so on. CBE commented on the neg deck, so it wasn't that they didn't know that the project was
Didn't say
proceeding.
didn't know. I said take it to the community in which it
In
involved.
addition
Their beef was this runs from 9 to 5 in Diamond Bar, or 9 to 6, or 8 to whatever we are open.
Well,
was their beef.
We can certainly review with the board the noticing. This did happen to be a Title V. This is a Title V permit, so the project did receive the public through a notification in the newspaper. There was no request for a public hearing under Title V. You can request that, and
So we don't hold any hearings unless they're requested.
It depends on the project. This one was a neg deck.
No, I'm sorry. I really want to, but if I did, no, not one. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Can the clerk open the roll?
Mr. Chairman, I think we had a couple people who still wanted to speak to this
Oh,
item.
I'm sorry. There was nobody on my,
Well, I saw Mayor Mitchell
Caccioli
and
Mitchell.
okay.
and myself and
I'm
someone
so
else.
sorry. Hold the roll.
Yeah, I wanted to speak a little bit to what happened today too, because it was clear from all of the testimony that we had that there was a clear need for the community to come forward and express their opinions about this project. And maybe we have better means at our disposal to notify the community when something like this is going to happen that will affect them, and arrange such a hearing in their community. But it seemed to me from reading the papers, many of the concerns of this community were that their fear that the use now of what is called these advantaged crudes, which are the crude oil that comes from the Canadian tar sands and from the Bakken shale, are going to create some environmental impacts that we have not fully explored. And I don't know enough about it myself either. I wonder, there were a number of years ago, Dr. Burke suggested that we have a symposium here on fracking. And I don't know that that would be the right thing to do here, but maybe for our education, to learn about what do these advantaged crudes mean in terms of environmental impacts. So that wouldn't be necessarily be a community hearing. That's more of a educational kind of symposium. But the other thing I want to mention here, and maybe we can facilitate this, is that I know Phillips 66 is new at that refinery. I mean, that's gone through a number of different ownerships. And I know in past ownerships, the refinery owners have launched a good relationship with that community. They have done a lot more than what I think Phillips 66 has done yet, although they're new. So there may be a way that we can facilitate a better community relationship between Phillips and that community, maybe through our refinery committee or some other process. And I'm certainly willing to work on that. I know that community well. It's I believe it's in the Los Angeles, Joe Buscaino's district, but I'm sure that he and I would be interested in working on forging a better communication between the refinery and the community. So I just wanted to make those comments.
Mr. Caccioli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for Barry. Barry, when you were assessing this project under CEQA, and you heard all the comments today and concerns, and when I read the report, it seemed that your assessment of this project, even after the larger storage, based on some of the testimony about what happened with the ships at sea and less pollution, that the impacts on the community by the construction of this were actually less than what's occurring now, or can you just briefly explain that and why?
The staff can go into it, but when
Okay.
you look at the negative declaration, none of our significance thresholds that we use for all the projects were exceeded. And in addition to that, I do want to clarify that we've heard some numbers today that implied in some cases that there was an increase in throughput at the refinery, and that is not the case. They were talking about what's in the storage tank, and it is the equipment downstream from the storage tank that limits the capacity of the refinery along with our permit conditions. And the refinery is also running basically full out at this time.
Well, I would suggest that the refinery committee, be the appropriate place to hold a hearing and maybe go into the community and listen to what they have to say. Because it's over 20 years ago that I went to my first hearing in San Pedro. And it's the same complaints 20 years later that we had 20 years ago. So that doesn't bode well. You know, it wasn't your fault. You weren't even executive director. But so, you know, their complaints have remained constant for 20 years. I think it's about time that somebody listen. Okay.
We're about to lose them.
Any further comment? Dr. Liu, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I'm not sure I'm so comfortable with the fact that the governing board may not have authority over a permit decision. I understand the way that it's structured. I also think that this boils down to the procedural issues of the intent of the legislature and the Health and Safety Code when it said application instead of decision or determination or anything, and also this issue of appointed versus elected in the CEQA guidelines. And I think that, you know, the appropriate place for that to be resolved is by an independent trier of fact in a courtroom. You know, as I did on the last item on the SIP thing, I went with what I thought where we come out legally. And on the SIP item, I just didn't think that legally we could make a determination. On this one, I think it's a tough one. I understand the community's concerns, and I do think we should have the refinery committee meeting in Wilmington to listen to and address those concerns. But on this issue, it seems to me that the intent of both the Health and Safety Code and the CEQA guidelines are different from what CBE is asking. And I just want to explain how I'm voting and why.
Dr. Parker, would you cede your comments? Supervisor Benoit is got to go, and I'd like to get this vote. Is that all right? Okay. Then can you open the roll? Close the roll. It's 10-3, the item passes. Okay, public comment. Dr. Tom Williams and Harvey Ettinger.
Good afternoon. Dr. Tom Williams, Citizens Coalition for a Safe Environment and No 710 Coalition. What do we have here? By the way, one of the reasons why I come is to make sure that you can never say, I never heard of that before, which is a real problem between boards and the public. Was there a process here? I'd like to see the procedure for CEQA compliance of the South Coast Air Quality Management District in writing. I've heard a lot of things. One comment was legally appropriate. Well, it's legally appropriate to have a written procedure for CEQA compliance. Because we have some other applications for that to CTC and the DOC Dogger. Okay, right now we're anticipating in about a month, probably not before March the 3rd, a very large environmental impact report from MTA Caltrans regarding the State Route 710 North Extension. We hear a lot about it, but then we've heard a lot about it except for one thing. Everybody says, wait until the EIR is circulated. Then everything will become clear. Well, one time they actually put some numbers to it. And it was 180,000 vehicles per day, annualized daily average. So having some experience in transportation, I back calculated, and the only way that they can get that is 6 lanes, fully occupied for 10 hours a day at 1,200 cars per lane, and then the 2 truck lanes with 40,000 vehicles per day, that is trucks per day, 20,000 going out, 20,000 coming back. So we do have some indications, and the central point for AQMD is you're going to have 2 fixed exhaust vents in the LA Pasadena area, and we'd like to know what the requirements will be for NOx, PM 2.5 and others, and whether you'll be holding Caltrans MTA to not affecting the ambient air quality of the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Harvey?
Hello, I'm Harvey Etter with the Public Solar Power Coalition. Recently, we participated in your reclaim, and this issue came up of whether it should be a full CEQA process or negative declaration, and we opted for full CEQA EIR. So this is a reoccurring theme in some sense, and just wanted to say that we put in information about the SEGs power plants. Maybe you've never heard the term SEGs. It stands for Solar Electric Generating System. And the first and longest operating solar power plants in the world are within 100 miles of the district at Daggett, California, Edwards Air Force Base, and Kramer Junction. And they use line focus concentrators like troughs up to a point, and they boil water, and you get steam. They have storage involved with them. Now, they do burn some natural gas when it's economically feasible to do them. They could not get their tax credits unless they had 80% solar and can only use as much as 20% natural gas. There's a 14 megawatt plant that was the first one built. I'm trying to find out the details of if there's not really the historical information from the district around them. They said they can only generate 20 tons of NOx a year at the 14 megawatt plant. To change direction a little bit, we did put in information on, near, or further away from the plant to, if steam concentrators were used to go, these would go to the refineries. These are the big users. And it could also go to houses and other businesses and whatnot. It's like district heating and cooling with solar. And you can also use photovoltaics, but the prices come down so much that you could then use it to provide the heat needed in the power plants or the industrial facilities. The district now is breaking the law again. There's a law that says you have to put out a new plan every 3 years. You're looking at 16, which is 4 years. This is against the law. In terms of future litigation, there may be future litigation. On existing litigation, you've got the environmental groups and physicians for Social Responsibility LA Nobel Prize winner, and they are involved in Region 9 as we are involved with a litigation against EPA for approving your plan. And this includes the Sierra Club. I'm sure you're aware of it. The physicians, NRDC, Earth Justice, and Sierra Club, excuse me. Anyway, I'm being cut off here. If you got any questions, I can extend things a little bit. No? Okay, thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. Would you send us to closed session? If everybody's going to go to it.
It is necessary for the board to recess the closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A and 54956.9D1 to confer with its counsel regarding pending litigation which has been initiated formally into which the SCAQMD is a party. The action is Fastlane Transportation, Inc. et al. Versus City of Los Angeles et al. Contra Costa Superior Court, case number MSN 14-0300. Formerly South Coast Air Quality Management District versus City of Los Angeles et al. Los Angeles Superior Court, case number BS 143381, SCIG. It is also so necessary for the board to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 to confer regarding upcoming labor negotiations with designated representatives regarding represented employee salaries and benefits or other mandatory subjects within the scope of representation. Negotiator William Johnson, represented employees, SCAQMD, Professional Employees Association. I got it. My fault. No, that's Barry's. I can't use Barry's microphone. There were no reportable actions taken in closed session. The meeting is adjourned.